Right, we are live. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome back to the Kiwi Lads channel. We are here for the Ashes. It has been much anticipated baseball versus this Aussie attack who are now World Test Championship, well, champions, aren't they? The Aussies, they did beat the Indians last week. England had their warm-up game up against the Irish and they were also victorious. Now it's just that big question. With England, they did win the toss. They chose to bat. How do you think they're going to go? Do you think they'll do their baseball specialty, or do you think this being the Ashes, they'll change back to old style?
I think they're going to carry on with what they've been doing.
It's been effective, hasn't it?
Worked in the past. Obviously, depending on what the pitch looks like, will depend on how much it moves around. It'll swing in England. It always does. It's certainly going to be interesting. See whether the English batsmen can get on top of the bowlers and put the bowlers under a bit of pressure. See how they respond. Aussie obviously brimming with confidence after their test win. If England can get away early and knock the ball around a bit, all of a sudden there'll be a little bit of doubt sneak into Aussie. And who knows what happens from there. But
we should mention for this English lineup, no Joss Butler. I know that you were talking about him last week as a powerhouse. They have gone with Bairstow though.
Yep.
So he will be keeping for the 5 days.
And Hazelwood back in.
Hazelwood is back in. So yeah, the English lineup for their batting, it will be Ben Duckett, Zach Crawley. Where does Crowley come from? There's another Crowley, I think, in Super Rugby. Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow, Moeen Ali, Stuart Broad, Ollie Robinson, and James Anderson or Jimmy Anderson. So interestingly there, no Jack Leach, instead going back to Moeen Ali, going to the more experienced veteran for this English side.
That caused a bit of controversy over there, didn't it? Because Moeen Ali had actually retired.
Well, he said he didn't care if he played.
Yeah. And they've suddenly dug him out and brought him back. Certainly interesting. I'm not sure how all the young spinners in England would probably feel about that. But they obviously think he can do the job.
And then for the Aussies, the only change is Josh Hazelwood back in, and that is for Mitchell Starc.
Yeah.
Which was slightly what we were thinking after the way that he went in the last one. But for the Aussies, it will be David Warner, Usman Khawaja, Marnus Labuschagne, Steve Smith, Travis Head, Cameron Green, Alex Carey, Pat Cummins, Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazelwood, and Scott Boland. We have got their Test cricketers alive and well. Let's go, Baggy Green. Good call in the rugger. By the way, didn't think much of you. Guessed it there, one-eyed, or the end one-eyed. Cheers. And there says Michael Gray. Yeah, that was Tony. Tony was very frustrated with the way that the Blues played.
Wow.
As you guys could tell.
Anybody who actually thought that the Blues were going to go good would have been frustrated with the way they played.
And England has to take initiative back first. Yeah, that's the thing. The Aussies called. They lost the toss, and then England said, yep, we'll have it back. Straight away, they said, we need to get those runs on the board and try and show them what baseball can do. That comes with its consequences, though, or the chance of consequence.
Yeah.
Because what happens if they lose 4 wickets in this first session? Then all of a sudden, you have to question, do you continue baseball, not just for this match, but throughout the whole Ashes, or are you in that scenario of like pretty much no man's land, I guess you could say? I've got the Aussie national anthem at the moment. Pat Cummins, the captain. Real captain Steve Smith, who does still pull the strings next to him.
I like this comment.
Which one? The England to get 500.
No.
The one above it. Why not dig up Larwood? Asking to play says Fluffy. That's the thing, spinners, they last a bit longer, don't they?
You probably don't know who Larwood is.
No, he's way back, isn't he?
Hi. Harold Larwood.
Hello, Uncle Hamish's dad says Grant. Let's go. The big
Hello,
Papa B says Gareth.
Yeah. I like his next comment, but we won't repeat it.
Yes.
But I was thinking exactly the same thing, Grant.
Hello, Hamish and your
Gareth,
dad. It's like family night.
Really, really keen to see how this goes.
Ruth said that we have nice beards and mustache dudes. My beard doesn't grow properly. So I'm slightly behind. You got the line there.
One day it might.
The stash grows all right for some reason. Could be Australian, couldn't I?
Could be all that shit coming out of here.
It also looks like rain in the background.
Rain in the background.
Yeah, luckily for us, this is not how it looks there. It's actually quite sunny, although that can change very quickly. For the English, they are just singing God Save the King, and then we are underway. The opening batsman.
Of course. Somebody would have changed all that, wouldn't they?
Yep. Although it didn't take very long for them to get the transition overall. It was pretty much the next day they were singing it at the sporting events. No rain, says Michael. Yeah, the last thing we want after the Super Rugby game that we've just seen is like 2 sessions rained off, isn't it? It would be very unfortunate. But I should mention the plan is for me to stick around all the way to 5:30 a.m. New Zealand time, ladies and gentlemen. So you might get sick of my voice, but we're going to be about for this whole day of the Ashes. Come on, England.
You might
says
shut up a
Distracted
bit later
Sports.
on.
Nah. Normally, the later it goes, the more I talk. I've learned.
Really?
I'm excited for the first ball wicket. If it happens, that'll be incredible. There's national anthem singer butchering Australia. Hey, Hamish, there's Xavier. Well, it's interesting. I still remember the eruption at the MCG when Trent Bolt got that wicket.
Yes.
Early on.
Yeah. Huge
And
roar. Absolutely huge. Probably almost heard it in New Zealand. Yeah, there we are. That didn't take long, did it? To throw in
versus
there the
World Test champions.
Yeah, that didn't take long.
My best friend is Mancunian. Is that like from Manchester? Mancunian. England versus Australia. And far out. Big risk for this Test cricket. How you doing? Oh, you are doing well. Keep talking. Says. Oh, sorry. This for Test cricket. Yeah, that's the thing. We covered the Ashes in 2021. Fun fact. But that was when it was in Australia. So the time zones weren't too bad. Since then, though, I've learned that bedtime does not exist. And sleep time is pretty much when you collapse from exhaustion. So we're good. And Rita McCullum to open with Stokes, says Fluffy there. Good stuff, Kiwi Lad, says Michael Gray. Did Baz sing the national anthem? He probably can sing both, can't he?
He never used to sing ours, so he probably wouldn't sing theirs. I don't think so.
Stoic, eh?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm censored, says Gareth.
Mm-hmm.
And there as well. And yes, it is. It's pronounced Mancunian. Means he is from Manchester. We both are Manchester United fans, says Xavier. So I should mention Ben Duckett and Zach Crowley. Crawley. Who's Crowley? That's old bloody
Kieran Crowley. Rugby.
Yeah, rugby. Knew he was somewhere about, but
yeah. There's a different uniform, different ball, different setting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Smaller balls in this.
I don't know. I haven't seen these people naked.
No. Tim Payne was still no.
No, we don't go there.
I just remember the World Cup when New Zealand was so excited to watch. I was so excited to watch when they opened the batting with Mark Batch and opened the bowling with Deepak Patel. That was exciting times.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
10 to 12 mils of grass. They've just said on the pitch because last week it was real brown, wasn't it?
With it absolutely pristine, not a cloud in the sky. There you go.
Good. Sounds nice. Crowley, 35 matches, 1,724 runs with an average of 28.26. Now, they haven't actually got what his strike rate is, but it's relatively high ever since Baz Ball did start to make
He'd like to boost that up a bit, though, wouldn't he? 35 matches in.
Well, that's the thing. Every English batsman in the opening department started badly. You look at someone like a Rory Burns. Remember when Hasid Hamid got like 2 games and then they're like, nope, you're not the guy. They also had Jason Roy. He was considered as the opener. Bairstow, I think, even opened at one point.
Yeah.
So
they have chopped and changed a bit.
They go through them. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's on Marius Erasmus, isn't it?
Yep.
Charge of this one, umpiring. Cowboys are playing the Panthers, so that's painful. And the Brisbane Lions, my favourite AFL team, is playing. That's a triple whammy. Says Xavier. But now the first ball of the Ashes.
We went and watched them once, didn't we?
Did. Pat Cummins, a bowler, first ball, captain. Two, Crowley.
Here's to a really good match.
Oh, he smashed it out through the covers for 4 runs. Baz Ball is in action. And Ben Stokes' massive smile on his face.
Well,
Crowley sits back and bangs that ball out through cover.
That was a hit me ball.
Well, Cummins has a smile on his face. He's going, okay.
Yeah.
This is how we're going to do things. What a shot to start a test match, eh?
Right.
Just right out of the middle of the screws. 4 runs, first ball.
Yeah.
Has an Ashes series ever started in that fashion?
Never mind having a look at it, see what it's doing.
Ben Stokes kind of opened his mouth and went, hang on.
Right.
Cummins, second ball now. What can he do? Little bit more close.
Just shortened it up.
And it is left.
Well bowled.
Here he goes, says Distracted Sports, my all-time favourite big blonde guy, English bowler. Says Roof. And I did suspect your old man was on the square. Says Gareth. Does on the square mean on the piss?
What? On pitch. Square.
Ben Stokes. It takes a lot to surprise that man, doesn't it, Ben Stokes? And that shot certainly surprised him. And now Pat Cummins, he's brought his line in a little bit. He dropped it shorter.
Dropped it a little bit shorter, not much swing, you see. Looking for a bit of swing on the first ball.
Ooh, that stayed low.
Ooh, it did not carry through.
That's not what we want for a third ball of the match, is it?
Maybe that was a slow ball.
I think
Wow.
Crawley's just going out to tap down that area.
Now, what was up with that?
What a great start, says Burning 1AC. Tell you what, she was a picture perfect cover drive.
Oh,
foot to the ball.
Absolutely beautiful shot. Absolutely beautiful shot. He hit it that well, you'd think he'd scored 100.
And you watch the 100? Not really a huge amount, unfortunately. It normally always is on at the same time as me being on some other live stream. But Pat Cummins, now that's a block there from Crowley. All bit of a yes-no call. Thought about the single. Duckett told him no, send him back. What colour is the ball today? So it is a red ball. It's the Duke.
Yeah,
the almighty Duke.
Yeah.
What's Warner up to? In the outfield by boundaries, Hamish. I think he's fielding at about third. Oh, he's first slip for this one at the moment, Warner.
Yeah, he was in the slips.
And then it's Steve Smith on his outside, then Kawaja, and then Cam Green, who's very good in the gully, just Shipman Gill.
Very good at catching.
4 from 4 now for Crawley. I'm going to do that a lot throughout this match. We've done so much rugby lately. It's a little bit straighter. They will take on the single now. They get through for it nicely. Rotating the strike. It's also important in a test match. Don't want to allow these Aussie bowlers to tie you down at one end because they will eventually find that wicket.
Yeah, the more you can mix it up and the more you can shift them around a wee bit, the better easier it is to sort of negate that sort of consistency that they have of just putting the ball on the right spot and finding that spot to you and then just keep hitting it.
Well, so how good does that ground look? Looks like a cracker of a day. Yeah, it's perfect conditions for the first day of the Ashes. Duckett's only had 11 matches, but he got 800 runs in the process, and he is a T20 man gone test match.
Had a really, really good start, didn't he?
Played brilliantly for, I believe he was at the Brisbane Heat throughout the BBL, hits a long ball. So if it's in the wrong spot, Cummins will get punished.
Brendan wants you to read his message. Not sure whether it's that message or...
I'm hoping it is a very important one. Hamish, tomorrow is special day. Guess who's 26, says Brandon. So I would guess yourself.
Who's 26 tomorrow?
Brandon.
Is he?
Happy birthday, Brandon, says the Straight Sports. I have to get that. Nah, it's way out of tune today, the guitar. Unfortunately, that is going to be the first over down, though. 1 dot ball for Duckett. Oh, Cummins already getting told off about where he's running on the pitch.
Well, he'll be trying to rough it up a bit for Lions later.
Now, the question is, do you have Hazelwood or Boland? I would say Hazelwood's your first change, isn't
Hazelwood's got to be the first pick.
Here we go, and head-to-head with Crawley. Nail says, Pads of Blades, welcome in, mate. Hope you are doing very well. Who are you guys rooting for? To be honest, I'm in the scenario how I don't really mind who wins as long as someone wins round day 5. You know, I don't want a 3-day test match.
Yeah, we don't want to see walkovers.
So as long as both sides take it deep, worst comes to worst, a draw wouldn't be the end of the world for the first test match.
No.
Just to have the feeling out process. And
Yeah. We want ideally at the end of this game here for both teams still to be in the series. We don't want a one-sided walkover that go, oh, everybody, you know, Australia's going to win the series or England's going to win the series. You want this game to be really competitive and set the scene for the rest of the series, basically.
Grant said, I don't mind who wins as long as it's not Australia.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
Anyone but the Poms, says Justin. I'm desperate for the Aussies to lose.
Okay.
There we go. People have their favourites. Crawley now on strike. First ball from Hazelwood since returning from injury. And it wasn't too bad, but it was a little bit on leg stump. So whipped off the pads by Crawley. And that'll be 4 runs. So he has been punished the same way that Pat Cummins was, which is you put it in the wrong place, they're going to go for it. And Crawley's one of those batsmen that when he starts to find his rhythm. Yep.
Right? Hitting it in the middle.
Just using the plate. Yeah, that's beautiful. He's got ping. It's that ping. Very
Okay,
nice.
okay.
Look at that
Class.
seam on it. The boys are all in, says Gareth. Well, and yeah, happy birthday for tomorrow, says Fletcher. And yeah, all the boys from poker night.
Oh,
Now Crawley, 9 off 6 balls. Hazelwood, outside of off stump and solid from Crawley and behind it
Yep.
again. Seb, get in ya, says says Gareth. Also, when was the last time your dad seen a 1961 stud Baker Hark? I seen one tonight in the Countdown car park.
Studebaker.
Studebaker.
No.
And 4 in the first ball.
1961, that's before.
Yeah. I'm curious to know, because I know that the TAB do a thing how it's like, how much will the first ball of the test match go for? So I wonder how much 4 was paying compared to anything else. Because normally...
It would be reasonably up there. Well, most times you have a look, I suppose. Yeah, even if it's a bad ball, most times it won't get hit because you'll just be having a look.
Big week. I've been at a funeral at Opotiki. You ever been to Opotiki?
It's a Potiki.
Potiki.
Yeah.
Why is it different to all the other ones?
Right.
Why do they split it in a different spot?
So they say a Potiki. Right. Wasn't it a gang funeral, was it?
Thumbs up from
A lot of bad shit happening in a Potiki at the moment.
Is there? Now, Pat Cummins.
True story, our building inspector that came and see me today is from a Potiki originally.
Oh, advancing down the wicket. Crawley there. Hazelwood, it's a 9 from 9. Slash Pirate is streaming the game, says luck of the London Irish. We should get you to pay us for putting promotion in, shouldn't we? I mean, there's a lot of places to watch this game. You can actually watch it for free here in New Zealand from the 3rd test onwards, I believe. It's going to be 3-2 on New Zealand TV. We'd love to see the Australians crushed from the first to the last. Not even a cricket fan, says Fletcher. And you're also more Northern Hemisphere, Fletcher, from your accent. Shot.
That's another beautiful cover drive.
Although the fact you've already got a deep point.
Wow. Got a sweeper.
Tells you pretty much everything you need to know about the way that England play test match cricket.
Not a lot of movement in the pitch, obviously.
No. Nathan Lyon might be bowling by about the 20th over.
Could be.
Looks like a better
I haven't seen any swing.
No. But then saying that with them smacking the ball every time it's full, like I guess they haven't really got it into that good line where it's just that little bit further back. Make them hesitate. Duckett back on strike now. Because Crawley, he's seeing it well, as we've seen, but we've hardly seen Duckett on strike. Hazelwood now, second ball to him. A little bit leg side-ish, whipped off the pads to the man in the deep, and that will be a single to close out the over. 11 for none for the Aussies.
Great start, England.
And also we have got there, how do you say it? Potiki.
Yep.
Was in the news all week. Was testing your general knowledge, Hamish. Your dad passed, you did not. I don't think I passed any general knowledge to do with New Zealand at all.
Not to do with the news.
No. Last time I picked up a newspaper was to light my fire. The last time I looked up news was probably to see if I was in it. Crawley, 10 from 10 at the moment. Paddy Wagon message me, says Xavier. And I was like, hello, sir. I am fine. You? I'm good. Thank you, Naveen. Hope you are doing very well. It's great to see some of the regular cricket viewers back as well for the Ashes. It's going to be an exciting series. We're going to be here from start to finish. Cummins now. Charging into Duckett, pitched up, hit down the ground, well fielded by the skipper.
Probably saved the stumps getting it there. That was very straight.
England probably targeting 140 to 150 run sessions. Well, that's this thing. If it goes to day 5 of this test match, it's going to be either because Australia are scoring at a slow rate or there's a huge amount of runs scored throughout the sessions.
Yep.
Because we could see 450 runs scored in a day, and then hey, they did it. They did it in a recent test match. The old English.
I'm not giving them 400.
You giving them over 400?
Give them 400.
400, not 450. That's going to be 2 here for Duckett.
Australia just haven't quite got their line right yet. They're just sort of bowling a little bit straight. Whether they're allowing for some movement, it's just not happening. Just quite a lot on the pads. For an Australian lineup, I was expecting more from them next year, to be perfectly honest.
Although, is that because of that early Crawley shot out through cover? That will put you off as a bowler putting an outside off stump.
Yeah, that was pretty ordinary.
You hope that they leave that for a first test ball, don't you?
That was just
test
a
it out.
Tester.
Yes, sir. After 1 or 2 years later, Ashes Series 2021, 2022, that's going to be whipped off the pads again. Once again, that Cummins 2 straight.
That might just
and that's going to race to the boundary, I believe.
Gonna get it.
Oh,
No. Get it.
Foot from, I think that was Hazelwood fielding it finally, wasn't able to get to it. And that will be 4 runs now for Ben Duckett. I think 350, 380 with slower final session, because that's when I was fighting back 3 wickets to have them 5 down, says Burning 1 OC, or AC, I should say. Potiki was taken over by gang this week. Schools and businesses closed, crazy stuff.
Having a bit of trouble up there.
Is it near Auckland?
It's down south of Auckland.
South of Auckland. Okay. Another change in the field. I've now got a deep square leg for Australia.
South Auckland.
And then also the deep fine leg. So this is the kind of field that you normally bowl bounces to, but we kind of did. But it's going to be whipped again round the corner. And this is a great start. Come on, England says distracted sports.
Yeah.
See, the big thing here is Cummins is not after or not used to having people attack his bowling in this manner. But then saying that with the straightness of his bowling so far, I feel like he'd be better off going round the wicket. Because at the moment he's straying a bit too straight and he's not getting it quite far enough across, because Duckett is one of those guys who can turn it off stump to the leg side.
Yeah.
It's in the Waikato. There's distracted sports.
Yep.
And I love seeing the WWU.
Rodeo there.
Do they?
Yep. Rodeo.
How close is that to Palmerston North?
Up further.
Up further.
Yep.
I'm bloody good at my geography.
Yep.
And where's Stark? They decided to take him out.
Mm-hmm.
And that is due to, last week's performance a little bit, but I think they're probably also trying to rest him a bit. Oh, that one came back in just a little bit.
86 mile an hour, so he's getting it through there.
No one likes league, says Grant. Says Gareth. Weird thing is Foxtel in Australia is not showing the Ashes. It is strange, but that is because it's the home of, who's the home of cricket now? They always say it. Oh, it's the home of cricket. Is it 7 or is it Fox?
10.
No, not Fox. One of them, though, they go like, we're the home of cricket. Fox cricket. I think it's Fox cricket normally. And Joe Root as well. Goodness, where's Broady? Yeah, Broady's in there. Stuart Broad.
Coding said good night.
Oh, that one hit into the pads. The end of the 3rd over. 18 for none. Run rate of 6 throughout the first 3 overs of this test match. Also, we have got their bat abuse ringing the SPCA, not selected, says Fluffy, for Stark. But yeah, because the bats are getting, the ball's pinging off them nicely at the moment, aren't they? Yeah, and Blues got their ass kicked by the Satyrs earlier tonight. They did. No point Foxtel showing it when it's 3 on 9. So yeah, it's one of those ones that, a little bit like Spark Sport, they're giving up the licensings halfway through the Ashes. Why wouldn't they just let the other one have the Ashes the whole time, rather than doing a bit of a half and half? Solid. This is an ODI run rate. It is. Even, to a certain extent, 6 and over for the first 3 of a tough T20 you'd be happy enough with. Still getting that strike rotating.
Yeah, certainly 50 over game you'd be happy with 6 and over.
Test cricket, are the boundaries the long or short? Back in the 80s, if you lift, chances you get caught. These days, you can lift now getting 6s. Get your iron gone, says Scotty. So they're about 80 metres or so, I'd say, on the sides.
The difference is the quality of the cricket bats now, basically.
You're playing with a log, not a stick.
Yeah, effectively.
Oh, bit of yes knowing again between them.
Yeah. Going to have to sort that out a wee bit, I think.
I think Crawley's keen to keep the strike rotating.
Yeah.
And Duckett keeps on having to say to him, maybe not so much. It's all
Crawley's hitting it that well. I'd be keen to get on strike too if I was hitting it that well.
It's always a great ding-dong battle between these Titans. Brilliant to observe, says Ruth. Yeah, the reaction from Ben Stokes said it all for that cover drive. For the 4, I'd be happy if the Black Cats were going at 6 and over for the opening ODI overs. Now Hazelwood charging in again. Nicely whipped.
It's certainly bowled straight, so they've obviously obviously come up with some theory here that he's susceptible to an LBW. They're certainly bowling very, very straight to him, at the risk of getting whipped away to leg. But that seems to be the tactic at the moment.
I guess early on as well, maybe susceptible to that one coming back in or going away, possibly to take out his stumps.
Just falling over a wee bit, so yeah.
Hazelwood now again. Oh, almost chopped on to the stumps there. It's going to be the French cut for 4 runs. It's just as effective as any other shot. Dad looking forward to the state of origin?
Yes. Yep.
Although it's a little bit sad with state of origin.
That must have been close. Oh, that was close.
With the fact that the next one's in Queensland. I think makes it very tough for the Blues, doesn't it?
Well, it'll be the test of them.
Yeah, about a 4th stumpish, 5th stump.
Would have probably got the 4th stump.
Oh, that's the edge, and that's the wicket. That's going to be Duckett gone. 12 runs off 9 deliveries. And that is the breakthrough that the Australians needed. Love that bat handle, though. Very yellow. But Duckett, unfortunately for him, it was actually the one that was outside off stump that he feathered.
Set him up a bit, didn't they? They bowled straight, bowled straight, bowled straight. And give him one wide outside off stump.
That one was seaming towards the cordon as well. That one was slightly going away. Good take from Alex Carey because the carry wasn't huge.
Played a sort of a half cut, didn't he?
Almost dabbled at it, Duckett. But that can be what happens when you're a short format specialist and then you go into the test cricket format. And yes, he's been effective, but a decent one from Hazelwood. He's been going at a tough enough run rate over.
Didn't take Hazelwood long to get back into the forward, did it?
No. Poor shot from Duckett, says Coding here, chasing the wide ball. Call him Virat Kohli. Sorry, can't say that. I'll get crucified, won't I? And also, ball bags, restricted sports. You're not happy. No. And also, strange, subcontinental fellows or subcontinent fellows here. That's probably because, unless you're one of the guys who have been watching our rugby streams as well, you probably wouldn't have realised that we were coming back for the Ashes. We might start to see a few more regular faces as we get a bit further through the series. And also when we get to a little bit later on, seeing as it is a work week, kind of regular hours for those guys in India at the moment. I think they'll just about be finishing up by about the start of session number 2. And very well baited into that one. Joe Root in now. Yeah, Joe Root. No, it's Ollie Pope. I've gone with Pope first.
Yep.
I'm at 3. Average of 35 years, managed to get himself 400s.
Should be informed, got 200 against Ireland. Obviously, in the warm-up game to this.
Why your background is so cloudy? It was cloudy on the day. That one's come back in a little bit as well there for Josh Hazelwood. Much needed wicket, though. You don't want to allow England to get too much momentum early on.
What England are going to do now is make sure they don't lose 2 here.
That actually did a bit off the surface from that angle. That actually, we'll see it here. It did slightly seam away.
Just goes away a wee bit.
Just did enough.
It was sort of a dabble, wasn't it? He's tried to sort of run it through the gully area or through square.
Solid and behind it there for Pope, driving it down to the man at mid-off. Close out the over 22 for 1. I think the big thing there is, Alex Carey actually kind of had to dive forward for it, didn't he? Because he played it so softly that it kind of took some of the pace out of the ball in the process.
It was a good catch. Good catch coming forward, but he's just tried to run that through behind point, basically.
Hazelwood, they'll be glad to have him back in the Aussie lineup.
Quiet.
Very quiet indeed. And I must be nervous out in the middle for those opening batsmen's fast balls coming out of nowhere. Says Roof, tell you what, they'll be glad they're not facing the old school West Indies side, though, because I feel like that was a lot more scary when you go head-to-head with them. The test match, and I mean someone like a Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, both being left out for this match, the pure pace that you see. Oh, that's had a bit of extra speed on it from Cummins, though. Nicely taken single from Crawley, and now he will get to go head-to-head with Pope. The Aussie skipper. Yeah, they haven't got anyone who's express pace, which would make you feel that in these conditions, they feel like they won't be necessary. And the same could be said about Australia. They haven't gone with the pure pace of Stark either.
Yeah.
So both sides deciding not the pitch for it, instead a little bit slower.
Yeah, they're just saying before that the pitch here hasn't got the speed in it.
And the RC is on fire, mate. Is that the RC? That's not the Rugby Championship, is it? Or is it? Maybe. The RC, the remote control's on fire. Probably put that out. The something cricket. And also, I don't love cricket. I love it, says Grant. Wait, I don't love cricket. I love it. Are you sure it's not I don't like cricket? I love it. And to be fair, those balls are coming from directly in front of them, says Grant. Audi Mango's in Christchurch, sweeter than Auckland. Nah, the Mango is a little bit sad, unfortunately. It's going to be whipped off the pads as well from Pope, getting his first run. RC stands for Roof Carter. There's coding there. I see.
Right, all right. Thank you for clarifying that.
And my missus says the same thing. And it's about ball control and concentration. Nothing too complicated. Nothing too complicated. Placing of fielders essential. Hamish, you're busy boy. And it's not me, it's Gareth, says Grant.
Okay.
Yeah, I keep on saying one of you are Grant and one of you are Gareth, and then switching it around just for fun. Nicely played again for Crawley. Giving away the easy singles here for the Aussies. And oi, don't read or chat, says Grant. I got a response from 2 cents email, just forwarded it to you. Says distracted. I am curious to know how this went. So I will look.
Oh, really?
I have to send it from Orcs, check Chinatown for Mango Tango, because I know that down here at the moment they're quite stringy, mainly because they're outside of season. So a stringy mango is when it's a little bit underripe, but sometimes you can't wait till it's ripe, or else it will end up getting worse.
Right. 2. Yeah, well run.
Nicely run 2. Also dry, says Nate, for the mango. Nice running between the wickets from England. That is something that they will make sure that they do well throughout this series, just getting those extra runs, because it could be crucial.
They're just drying up a little bit at the moment. So, yeah, so they're running them hard and getting a couple of 2s, sneaking a few 2s.
Ollie Pope, 3 off 5. Getting off to a decent start, although when there is a field set the way that it is with a deep fine leg and a deep square leg, you can get yourself a couple easy singles, can't you, on that leg side. Hope England do good, says Firefly. I mean, they've started decently. They did lose that wicket of Duckett, which I think slowed them down a little bit, but
slight setback, but yes.
I'm looking forward to seeing what Harry Brook does. Because he was a player who a while ago people were like, why did they pick him over someone else? And then he went on and got himself a few hundreds in a row. And then everyone was like, oh, yeah, I guess he'll do. You're doing all right. How much are mangoes these days? The one that I got from Pack and Save up there was about $7 or something, I think. It wasn't great. And well, 1 wicket in less than half an hour, says Roof. Yeah, I said at the start about the Baz ball, how whether or not it's going to work out. And if they end up being around 3 or 4 down after this first session, that is something that they cannot afford to have happen.
The advantage is if you lose 4 wickets, but you're still scoring a heap of runs, you're actually sort of progressing that. Dancing down, working to the onside.
Out to Travis Head in the deep. Batsman who probably is best suited to Baz ball out of this Aussie side, seeing as he does normally score at around that 80 or 90 strike rate, doesn't he? And his name was Ollie Pope. Says Grant for the White Lara. I'm going to lose my voice. some stage tonight, I would say.
Shut up and stop talking.
We are also frozen. No, we've come back.
We've come back.
It's going to be a forward defensive shot from
Hazel,
Ollie Pope.
Hazelwood's starting to find his line. He was a little bit rusty after his injury, but I think he's settling into it now.
Mitch Satner is the white Laris as far. Don't know about that. Mitch Satner struggles to even get on the side, doesn't he? At the moment. Who do you think is going to win the Ashes? I mean, it's really hard to tell because we didn't even know how England were going to play up until we've seen this first session. And I think they'll go with Bazball the whole way through all 5 of the matches. I don't think they'll switch it up. So it's just that question of whether or not the Aussie bowlers can bowl them out before they
get 500
in quick succession as well.
I think whoever wins this first game will win the series.
Okay. Fair enough. So what if it's a draw? Whoever wins the second one wins the series? Or no?
If it's a draw, no one wins.
So you're going to say a whole drawn series?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, that came back in a little bit.
It did come back in. A little bit of movement there off the seam.
Coding's asked, do you see 4-0 in England's favour? No. No. I think there's going to be the case of at some stage Bazball's not going to be effective in one of these games. So I don't think I see Aussie walking away from the series without a single win. Just because they might even struggle to only end up with 1 win rather than more.
I think realistically it could end up being 2 all. Assuming that weather will play a part in one of the games.
And then that would be Aussie retain, wouldn't they, if it's drawn?
They hold it currently? Yeah.
Evening, Hamish and Hamish's dad says, BTV, welcome in, mate. Michael said avocado's really good new season, getting into them, yummy. I've had an avocado about twice, and it's a weird texture, isn't it? You had an avocado?
Yep.
Do you like them?
Yeah.
I guess they were chicken, they'd be all right, wouldn't they? Most things.
All right, chicken. I'd need it on its own.
Weather will surely play a part at some stage during the series, says Grant. Which I think is why, in some regards, it's beneficial how quickly England score. That's once again whipped off the pads.
Yeah, every time they get 2 straight.
But yeah, the good news is, even with weather, if England are scoring double the rate that teams normally score, you're kind of cutting down one of those days. You're almost trying to make it a 4-day test match with England's speed rather than a 5-day to have that day in lieu just in case there is any
weather
weather.
Or bad light does play a part. It'll be interesting to see what the light does at the end of this game, whether bad light's going to come into the play.
I think it's about
what is it over there?
26
early
degrees
summer over there, is it?
as well.
Yeah, so technically it shouldn't, the bad light, but the ground looks reasonably open depending on which way the sun comes, whether that grandstand shades the pitch or anything like that. Don't know, but...
And avocado rock, yummy. Says Roof, and not as weird as mangoes. Oh, I don't know. They're both kind of weird. It's kind of the case of one of them's got a wrinkly. Oh, that's on the back leg. Plenty of bounce in the pitch though, so it's going to be hard to get the LBW.
Yeah,
because
it's going to need to be really full.
Like avocados compared to mangoes, they're kind of like the shriveled up cousin, aren't they? Like one of them has a round stone. One of them has a stone that's very hard to find in the middle, but it's there. Just takes up too much room. That's the mango, of course. And then the other one looks like it's been put in like it's a dehydrator for a little bit of time. And then the smooth surface of the mango. Pat Cummins now off the edge. Doesn't carry to Steve Smith. Ends up going to him on the bounce.
Just trying to hear the guff from NASA Hussain regarding the wicket.
I can tell you what he said. He said that it was a very good wicket compared to, I think, what they were expecting. But Edgebaston normally is a good surface.
Saying that Ben Stokers asked for good wickets.
Wait, so that's
is
what
that
they're
where
trying
Ian
to.
Chappell's trying to make something out of that? Ben Stokes has dictated what the curators are making as far as the wicket goes.
Advancing again.
Just because he said that we want to play on good wickets, as opposed to what? Like in Pakistan, where you go, well, let's play on a road, or should we play on a shit wicket? You know?
Yes, just said, well, hello. And Minnow said, England versus Austin's. Interesting. And also, Boland will get a wicket, says Far. How are you doing the whole series live? That is the plan anyway. The stage, of course, if there's any rain or anything like that. And also, I should mention that most of the night it will be just myself. Cummins, outside off stump again, starting to find his line a bit more.
He pushed it that pretty hard.
Likes feeling bad on Bull Pope.
Really hard at that, though, compared to what Crawley was doing, wasn't he? Crawley playing it with soft hands outside off stump.
Still a long way to go for this opening team. One gone already, says Ruth.
Yep.
Will you be there all 3 sessions for 5 days, says Cody? Once again, that is the plan, but of course, things change every once in a while. You never know. My Wi-Fi, it's already froze 3 times today. So if it works, it works. If it doesn't, there's probably a reason why we aren't live. But we're going to be trying to do a majority of it.
Yeah.
Of course, at this stage, I've already realised that my sleep and health will come second for this Ashes series, but that is something I'm willing to accept. Have you got a new Billy yet? Nah, there's 2 little ginger cats that hang around that kind of look like Billy.
They'll come from the neighbours, but yeah, no, we won't get another. We won't get another Billy.
What's the crowd like there, mate? It looks like it's pretty full. I don't think there's too many empty seats.
I'm picking full house.
Cummins, final ball of his 4th over. Solid and behind it again for Crawley. That will make it 32 for 1 after the 7 overs. Does Wales play cricket? They do, but not that great. At it, unfortunately. Not actually sure whether or not they're one of the sides who have got their qualification game for the ODI World Cup just around the corner. I know the West Indies have to go through that again and get their way through.
Yeah, a bit of rain on Sunday, maybe. Apart from that, the forecast is pretty good. No, I'm picking this forecast.
English summer, all suntanned Englishmen. And in future, Hamish, I'll probably have 2 or 3 cats, says Nate. I would have to have my own place to get the cats, I would have to think. But then the problem with cats is they just kind of go off where they want anyway, don't they? So you got to have a good fence, but then they just climb over it. It's like a dog sees a fence and goes, nah. A cat sees a fence and goes, I'll just go over it, around it. Again, Pope plays it, trying to play it under the eye line, but it seems like it's coming onto the bat quite nicely for both of them. So it's almost like he's trying to mitigate some of the pace of the ball and try and kind of soften it where it goes.
Shut it down.
He got one of those square toed bats, though. See quite a few of those in recent times, how they're a lot more, you know how the bat used to be at the back, you'd have the splice and it would just go like that. The newer bats have the big old thing there and then it just drops off big time, like a hump.
Right.
Just left that one alone there. Ollie Pope. Cats easy, dogs won't go everywhere 24/7. Blues Nate. West Indies and Sri Lanka, both World Cup winners. I will play in the World Cup qualifiers. Yeah, it's one of those ones that big sides are going to be missing out, but it's just the way that it is, unfortunately. You look at someone like a USA in rugby, they're going to be hosting a World Cup in the near future, but they didn't qualify for this one. And then you got sides like Spain who did qualify, but then did things illegally or like wrong, so then they get taken back out. Strawberries and ice cream, pommy style, anyone, says Michael.
Strawberries and ice cream, lots.
Advancing down the wicket again there for Pope. Trying to work it through the gap on the leg side. Travis Hepp was there to stop it.
Seems like a bit of an anticlimax sort of a thing, doesn't it? When you dance down the wicket Then you end up just pushing it out into the onside for no run.
Although if he gets it,
Certainly, yeah. It certainly gives the bowler something to think about, I guess, doesn't it? Thinking, hang on a minute, we're in the 4th over a test match, and this prick's advancing at me. Who the hell does he think he is? I'm Josh bloody Hazelwood.
one's gone away a little bit.
Away. A variation there, so Hazelwood's just starting to buddy drop onto that annoying length, annoying line. A little bit of movement either way.
Hope has gone to more of a test match scoring rate. 5 off 16 at the moment. Even though he's being aggressive, it seems like he's trying to get onto that baseball technique. But the bowlers are starting to work him out a little bit and trying to keep it away from him.
I don't think he's just getting the balls to hit at the moment.
No.
Without assuming, an awful lot of risk.
Shorter ball goes for the backward cut, and that will be 4 runs. That was a gift from Josh Hazelwood. He'll be enjoying that. Ollie Pope moving up now to the 9 runs. They wish dodge me, says Gareth. Well, you're saying a lot of words, Gareth, so that I can't really read out on the stream. Gareth, that sounds illegal, says Ruth. And field looks top-notch, says Michael. And young US lads coming through Major League Rugby should be ready to host us. Says Nate. Well, the good news is they automatically qualify.
One advantage of hosting it, I guess.
To the gap where no one for Aussie worth fielding. Hazelwood this time back onto the stance, but does get work to the leg side, and he has got it through that gap this time.
A good couple there.
That's going to... What?
Oh, thought about 3, but no, not on. Good name.
Work from... I believe that's actually Marcus Harris. Who's he on the field for already? I assume that's Pat Cummins. I guess. Because other than Cummins, I can't think of who else would need medical attention. So, yeah, I think it's Pat Cummins is off the field at the moment.
Yeah. Change of bowler. It's Scotty Boland going to bowl.
Does look a bit like him, doesn't it? So they'll go Boland from one end and I assume Cam Green from the other for the first changeover. It's hard. It's dry. About 10 to 12 millimeters of grass on the cover. Scott Boland, he bowled very well up against the Indians last week. I got you on the TV this time and cricket on the phone, so please, Big Papa B, please say it. Call me Big Papa or Papa. I assume he means Papa. You have confused my dad, Gareth. Stays forever, says Ruth.
Right.
On Rolly Bolly, says Fluffy.
Mm-hmm.
All of the Aussies have gone with the towel in the back pocket.
Yep.
Or since when was that a thing? That's only really recently become a thing for international sides, hasn't it? I feel like it would slightly put the batsman off.
You notice how it's a dark towel, not a white towel.
Mm-hmm.
How hard is it to get a white towel? Right? Exactly there for that reason. When they turn side on to bowl, you get a wee flash of the black towel.
But then ICC must be like, yeah, it's all right.
Oh, well.
But
be right until a batsman complains about it. But just typical Aussies.
Mm-hmm.
Typical Aussies just looking to get that little bit of money. Yeah, it could be an extra course towel.
Solid from Crawley again.
Very
slowed down a little bit in his run scoring. I think that first wicket slightly
changed things a little bit.
Yeah, just made them realise, right, well, we're going to have to still...
Watch here. Here's the batsman's view. Ball. Yep. Black towel just flicks out the side, doesn't it? Just as it comes into bowl.
Yeah, I would assume it's... Because I always used to think it was that bowlers had to take their towels off when they bowled. But then I guess it became you're allowed a little towel behind you, but maybe they didn't clarify what colour it was.
Yeah.
Get a bright orange towel.
Yeah, because they used to have them on their side, basically. So that became non-allowable. So now they've obviously decided, oh, well, we can push this a little bit further. We'll all have a towel tucked in our arse, buddy. Crack.
Root's in next. I feel like for the Aussies, if they can get Root and Brook out there before they reach the lunch break, they've still got another hour and 20 minutes.
Any time yet.
So if you can get one of those two or both of them at the crease, chasing after that one, Crowley's thrown the hands at that. Sweeper out there it is. Travis Head. And they'll get back for the 2 runs. Did you see Ben Stokes coming out of retirement to play the ODI World Cup? Like Moen Ali did in the test. Says coding. That's the thing. Retirement in nowadays is not retirement. Retirement's retirement until someone gives you a better money offer.
That would be very close to no more, wouldn't it?
Because it's like when you see the old school UFC guys. We're retired until someone gives us a big money fight, and then we're like, yeah, you know what? We'll come out of retirement. Look at Chuck Liddell and all those guys. They did like they did a fight when they were like 48. Just because they got offered the right price. That one came back in a little bit.
Yeah.
Still looking aggressive.
Starting to move around a little bit.
But yeah, like retirement is only nowadays just a word.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't actually mean you're going to stop doing anything.
It just means I want more money.
It's not.
Nathan Lyons has got a white tail.
Yeah, but he's a spinner, and so you can't really get it flicking. It's not old Shane Warden. He would have been a great coach. Says Ruth.
Oh, who's coaching the Aussies at the moment? Oh,
it was a nice ball.
That's the first genuine sort of play and miss, isn't it?
We don't see too many of them. The score says a run at the moment that is 9 overs down. That's it in 40 for 1. So not exactly a slow scoring rate for England, but it's slowing down slightly compared to what we had for the first 3 overs. The fact that it was 18 for none. Yeah, there's a weird delay at the moment. I think the computer is once again breaking. There you go. All frozen. We're back now, apparently. I think that's just on my computer's part. I don't actually know if it comes through laggy for them. But that's just because the computer doesn't like me. So they are going to be sticking Marnus Labuschagne in close.
Who's this for? Nathan Lyons already.
Looks like it.
9 overs in. It's like playing in the subcontinent.
It might be an effective weapon because at the end of the day, these two have shown that they enjoy playing pace, and we've seen that in the past. I think Crawley's normally a little bit susceptible to going out off a spinner. So maybe they've decided why waste time.
He's not a bad spinner, though, is he?
No. They've decided they might as well, if he's going to whip them to the leg side, they might as well have their spinner in there and hope that the ball's going to come back enough to hit the stumps if he misses. Right, Nathan Lyon, round the wicket as well. To Pope, pitches it up there, hit down the ground towards Cummins, who fields it nicely. Gets it to the dot ball.
Well, he wasn't going to block the first one and have a look, was he?
No, he was keen to score straight away.
He was keen to give that the full blade.
Aussie desperation bringing on the spin early. Well, it's a risky tactic, isn't it? Because if it works, it's great. If it doesn't, then you wonder how much they really back Cam Green as an option because he could have been going from the other end. Nathan Lyon, it's a better ball. That stayed kind of low. I think it was more the way that Pope played it made it look awkward.
Yeah, I think so.
Probably changes accounts. Wait for it. There's a Blues Nate. And also we have got there having a Foster's Lager, mate, says Michael. Not quite. She's a DB draft.
DB draft. Brewed just up the road. Bit of local beer.
Lyon, third ball. Reverse sweep from Pope for a 1. Seems like a risky shot, doesn't it? That's not desperation. That's highly tactical. Change it down.
Yep.
Says Ruth.
Yeah, just change it up a wee bit.
We have got
see what happens. A couple of overs of spin just to see how England batsmen react to it. Clearly, the reverse sweeps on the card. 1.
Another reverse sweep, but this time from the other batsman.
Right.
Anything you can do, I can do better, says Zach Crawley.
It would appear that's the most popular shot in cricket.
When I try and play that shot, I get yelled at.
Yeah, no, fair enough too.
Why's that? It's an effective shot. We've seen it at Test match level.
Yeah, okay.
Becoming more and more popular amongst the kids.
Worst thing about reverse sweeps is that most times they're premeditated. And most times they're played against the ball that could have easily been whacked had a normal shot been played.
Normal shot played there by Pope, leg side for the single. Lions 3 runs of his first 5 balls. And Ali, he's going to be batting. I think he's about 7 or something along those lines. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Moen Ali is.
Yeah.
This one. Line final ball of his over, pitches it up a little bit more, and great shot down the ground from Crawley. Over pitch from Nathan Lyon. And it goes for the 4.
Over pitched, a bit of width outside off stump. He goes bang. Beautiful cover drive.
Win the 10th over. We're not really making time, are we? We're not a mile off, actually. No, they might be a little bit. I think they should be up to about 12 overs at the moment.
10:48, but they would have been slow starting, wouldn't they?
Yeah. So hopefully we don't have like an 80 over day rather than 90.
That'd be disappointing.
Now bowling will continue from the other end. Run rate of 4.7. So we've already had 47 runs scored throughout. Normally, if you get 47 runs in the first hour, you're doing pretty well. They've still got 12 more minutes to play with. Try and sneak a couple more runs onto the scoreboard. No extras.
Yeah, run a minute, isn't it?
Which theoretically means what? That they'd have
360.
360 runs for the day.
Unless today's shortened, of course.
Which hopefully it won't be.
No.
Scott Boland.
Boland to continue.
3 slips still. Making it awkward to try and get that LBW as well because they are advancing and they're walking outside off stump.
Yeah.
I love England's confidence there, Scotty. Yeah, they've really decided that even though it's the Ashes, we're going to try and use the tactic that's won us so many games because at the end of the day, I mean, they were very unlucky to not be in the World Test Championship picture, really, but that was because they started baseball after the first year, I believe it was, wasn't it? They missed the first year of the World Test Championship playing that way. Why on the absolute is Lyon bowling? Says Gareth. Tactical. Yeah, I think they're just trying to see if they can create a chance.
Just to see what the England batsmen want to do, I think. He probably won't bowl a lot. He might get 3 overs or something like that unless something happens. But it's probably just for a little bit of a one of those sort of bob each way models, isn't it? Where if you buy a wicket, you've had a wee win. If you don't buy a wicket, well, sort of nothing lost. And we look at it, see how they're going to play it. You know, they could go reckless and want to absolutely whack the crap out of him.
Advancing again. Wow. That one was higher up on the bat.
He come a long way down the wicket.
Also actually played it as a one-handed cover drive.
Well, he had to in the end because he was worried his fingers were going to get hit.
We are not supposed to like the Aussies, especially not cricket, says Grant.
We're not supposed to like them in most sports, to be fair. But
it's always funny, though, isn't it? Because people try and say it's outside of sport. You know, like they're just like, oh, we don't like Aussies, and then they go on holiday to Melbourne for a week.
Yeah, let's just go there. Hey,
you know?
They're our neighbours.
You're not going in to spy on them, are you? You're going because you like the place.
Yeah. Well, it's the sporting capital of the world, Melbourne. Hey, why wouldn't you go there?
And it's great. I love Stokes' reply to the question about preparing for this test. We were playing golf. A lot of cricketers are actually very good golfers. Mitchell Stark, he hits a long ball, as you can imagine.
That doesn't surprise me.
That's the first 50 of this Ashes test match. Combined, of course. 50 for 1 after 10.4. Yep. I feel like they'll beat that before the end of the Ashes series. Diarrhea, that's what line bowling now is called, says Gareth. Hamish and his dad should do this full time. They're great entertainment, says Ruth. The only problem with that is I make hardly any dollars.
That's a great shot.
That's a brilliant punch from Crawley.
Man, he's hit no.
27 or 30. He could have his 50. He could have his 100 by the time we get into the lunch break. punching off the back foot. And it goes back to underarm, or goes back to that underarm. At least we forget. Michael.
Never.
Baz Golf, that's how Bairstow broke his leg, says Fluffy. There's been some weird ways cricketers have got hurt.
Yeah.
Maxwell, he got hurt at a child's birthday party.
Yep.
Playing Twister, wasn't it?
So, yeah, something stupid.
Ended up breaking his leg from that. Another big drive.
And again.
Interesting that they've put Alex Carey up. That's definitely to shut down the footwork of the English batsmen, trying to stop them advancing so much.
Down the wicket.
But the problem is, other than that one player miss of Crawley, not to Bairstow, to Boland, we haven't seen any other missed balls.
It's hardly gone past the bat, basically.
And imagine how angry Bairstow would have been, says Far. Yeah, it can't be a nice feeling when you got to call the coach. We got to call someone and be like, hey, I broke my leg. I was playing golf. Because first of all, that's a lot of questions that need to be answered.
Yeah.
Because theoretically, in a normal case of golf, you shouldn't break a leg.
Not supposed to.
No Papa beat Wise Lion. Bowling now. Australia are effed, says Gareth. Lion is going to make his move soon. Watch the space, says Ruth.
Well, he's certainly a top-class bowler, so...
that was almost...
He'll use all his wisdom to try and eke out a wicket here, basically.
So Steve Smith actually asking about whether or not he wants a man in close on the offside as well.
Even though Pat Cummins is actually back on the field.
Of course, yeah.
But
I always said it. Bairstow looks pissed off at the best of times. True. So I feel like having to tell people.
Catching for the reverse sweep.
Oh, a nice drive down the ground from Crawley. That'll be one. Watch, he won't be happy about this. He has to field out in the deep.
Yeah, there we go. That's what Hussein's just saying about how much Steve Smith's been involved, even though Pat Cummins is the captain.
And a wicket how? Is he going to bore them to death? Says Gareth.
Well, sometimes boring gets wickets. Ewan Chatfield was always boring. Got a few wickets. Richard Hadley got a few more wickets, while Ewan Chatfield was boring them to death at the other end. But
Steve Smith at the moment. The reverse sweep shutdown is pretty much so that they have to drive, isn't it? Outside the off stump here, or work it to leg like he is there.
Yes, try and get them playing a conventional sweep, basically, where you bring in the top edge and the mishit one, LBW, bring all those things into play.
Not enough Garys playing cricket, says Fluffy. I don't think we've got any Garys locally, do we?
Pat Cummins is standing there with a stunned look on his face saying, am I the captain or is Steve Smith the captain?
Oh, he knows he's not the captain.
Right? He's sitting there going...
I think he's known... No, he's realised from the start
or...
he's the relaying mouthpiece of Steve Smith.
Hey?
No.
It's like ventriloquism, isn't it?
It is.
Hey?
Steve Smith's got his hand up Cummins' shirt. Thank you.
Yeah.
And he's controlling his mouth.
Making the mouth move.
Oh! Almost chopped onto the stumps for Nathan Lyon.
Shit, he did.
That one spun a wee bit from Lyon, and that was a good finish to his over. Almost got it to roll off Pope's pads onto his stumps. Yeah, he actually...
Yeah. Keep had a crack at that. He nearly caught it between his legs. Hey?
Big chance.
Hey, there's the next question. Would it have been a catch if he jammed it between his pads?
I believe so. As long as he grabbed it, because there's always that weird one that every once in a while, if a batsman hits it into his pad, like a player will run in and be like, haha.
Whack him into your feet.
And Amazing Australia's being pushed to play this like this straight away. Amazing, says Scotty. Yeah, there's not many other sides that.
Wow, there was a bit of turn there, though.
Oh, very unlucky not to go on to the stumps there. Rada said, making the mouth work, title of Uncle Hamish's dad's sex tape. Oh, that came back in as well. That might have hit the glove of Pope.
A little bit of pressure coming on the English batsman here.
They're being weird, aren't they?
Aussie just starting to tighten things up a little bit.
It's always a weird scenario here because it seems like England aren't happy with the run rate they're scoring at. And they want to keep on going. And it seems like with Australia, they're going to slowly frustrate them to the point of chasing the wrong ball. Because you can see Pope, he was advancing, he was trying to work it where he probably shouldn't have.
Yeah. Trying to keep their foot on Australia's throat.
Work for another single down to deep third man, or actually more deep point for that one. Homie's only have 40 runs on the board. That's because the scoreboard hasn't updated. Well spotted, Ruth. There you go. Now it's updated.
I just got a shit ton of runs in a very short period of time.
It almost worked, so they're going to push this stuff. Says Grant. Says Gareth.
Yeah, you'll get another couple of overs yet. Until Steve decides that he's had enough.
Then he'll put Marnus on since he's his best buddy.
Yeah.
Or actually, he'll probably... Oh, that one took off.
Late movement there.
I would say Steve Smith, by the end of today, we may actually get to see him bowl.
Stephen?
Yeah. Roll the arm over, couple leggies, if they're struggling to get those wickets, that is. Yeah, that one took off. Well watched by Alex Carey. 12.3 overs in at the moment to this test match. We're almost an hour in. So we're not looking great for the over rate. Bowling outside off stump, Crawley just whacks it. This is the best way to describe it. He just tried to dab at it, didn't he? Swatted away.
There for the hit. And Mitchell Johnson.
And also too early in the first session for feather plucking, says Fluffy. 61 runs on the board. Amelia's here. Hello, Amelia. And 2 balls remaining of the over. I would say he's probably got 1 or 2 more overs after this as well, old Scotty Boland. They normally give him about a 5-over spell first up, don't they?
Something like that first up.
To warm him into it.
You got to give him a chance to get into it.
Hope he still hasn't been able to get up to that 1 run a ball stage. 19 off 30. Which sounds weird to say in a test match, but that's just how the English play. They want to keep that one progressing, keep it moving along. A great struggle. This so happy, great stuff. Test cricket at its best, says Scotty. Boland. Side off stump, front foot. Cover drive from Crawley.
Loves that shot, doesn't he?
Found another gap. Another 4 runs. Moving up to 35 now for him. Anything that he gets the opportunity to front foot, step out to that offside.
Everything that's there for cover drive gets cover driven. Right. First session underway. 13 overs. That's not terrible, probably. Nathan Lyons bowling a couple of overs will speed things up a little bit.
What's that bloke got?
He's got the line marker. You've got to remark the lines for the bowlers.
Okay. That didn't take long for them to
That's what he's got.
wear off.
Well, when you got 13 mil of grass, you see, you only got a scuffle bit of grass.
I was worried that was one of those ones that they bang down to try and flatten out the foot marks. And I was thinking, geez, that's a bit early for that, isn't it?
Sweeping a bit of bloody shit from the bloody bowler's foot marks there. Have a little bit of a tidy up.
First session, 2 hours. Then we've got that 40-minute break, which will be New Zealand time, 12 a.m. to 12:40. And I'll be returning for session number 2, which will run from 12:40 to 2:40 a.m. Then there's a 20-minute break, and then the last session's 3 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. because they'll need the extra half hour with the way that it is slowly ticking over. My friend Kerr. Well, where's Nate and my friend Kerr? Nate was here a little bit ago, I believe, if I'm not wrong. So might end up coming back at some point. And Kerr, we haven't actually seen Kerr in about 2 weeks at the moment. So he is disappeared. I assume he's on a cruise ship somewhere. Not too sure whereabouts. And Crawley has gone for a century, hidden nicely. He's timing the ball very well.
I'll tell you what, there's a shitload of people in the ground, but there's also a shitload of people outside it.
Are those miniature car parks, or are they like scooters and whatnot? Because you're not really going to get your people in there when there's people walking around, are you? Maybe it's just normal parking if it was, yeah. And also the conversion, the conversation goes way off track, like some bowlers, and Kerr's on his way to Hamish's doorstep. There's Grant.
Should we go and check?
Oh, it's a bit dark out there, isn't it? Great shot, though, to start off the test match. They're showing the replay again. Ben Stokes was loving it. From there, Duckett, he was able to work a couple off his pads, but then as soon as it was just that little bit further outside off stump, got caught jamming at it, and ended up costing him badly. Then Pope from there kind of picked up from where Duckett left off, a little bit slower. Let's go Aussie, says Michael Gray. That was very close.
Crawley's had about 4 or 5 cover drives, hasn't he?
Most of them looking very similar.
Most of them looking very nice. Yeah.
Beautiful day, great weather. Yeah, it's looking very nice at the ground at the moment.
28 degrees.
Also, well, that's Bunky Cool. Hamish, say hi to Kerr for me, please. Says Ruth. We have to find him first, though. That's the main thing. He's lost in the mail at the moment. 35 off 38 balls for Crawley. Cummins, I think. Is he going to make a decision here, or is it Smith who's working out who's bowling next? I assume they're going Nathan Lyon again here, which should help with the over rate, but it hasn't hugely. Of course, with the drinks break, you lose about 5 minutes.
13 overs in the first session is not bad, considering the balls were whacked to the boundary a few times.
Pope's footwork's shocking when it comes to Nathan Lyon, isn't it?
Late.
It seems like he's trying to play it when it's under his back elbow.
Very late.
Right. Played that one a little bit better. It seems like there's a lot of premeditation from Pope that he wants to hit it leg side, and when it's not there.
Yeah. Working it into the leg side.
Yeah, it's got like that square back base.
Yeah.
And yeah, it kind of goes straight from the toe and then just whoop. And then that's your middle, which is why you see when he's hitting the cover drives and they're cracking off the bat, it's actually quite low on the bat compared to some, but that is because of this middle being slightly lower. When do they break for lunch? So they will be having a break in 55 minutes.
Yep.
And then that will be 12 a.m. New Zealand time. Relatively early in the morning, I guess. Reverse sweep. Risky, but he's timed it. Goes down for the 1. Ownership at the moment, 46 runs off 60 balls. Ticking over quite nicely. I guess the benefit that you've got for England, the way that they've been batting, is if you're a batsman, you have a chance of getting your 100 in a day rather than having to worry about going away and then coming back for it.
Being stuck in the nervous 90s overnight and things like that. Yeah. They don't do that, do they? They get into the 90s and they're bang. All of a sudden, a couple of hits later, you're in the hundreds.
Yeah, well, Crawley, if he stays out there, he could have 100 by the end of the second session. And Pope is actually in the same boat at the moment because he doesn't take too long to get going when he starts swinging. Once again, works it to that leg side. Pretty much easy runs, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm hungry now, says Michael. 1 p.m. says far, and roasted turkey for lunch with smashed potatoes sounds good, says Ruth. Going to get a raw onion and some mouldy cheese, says Fluffy. Probably a delicacy somewhere, isn't it? Like blue cheese or just mouldy cheese? Because that's kind of the same thing, isn't it?
No.
I mean, no. Isn't blue cheese covered in mold?
Well, it might be, but it's not the same thing. But any cheese can be mouldy. Leave it out long enough.
Why does it turn blue in the moulding process?
Oh, I do.
Fair enough. Sounds delightful, fluffy, says Far. And eat man must eat Michael, says Ruth. Turkeys taste like wet cardboard, simultaneously dry as, says Grant. Turkey is one of those ones that you either like or you don't.
Big time advancing.
But then you can like chicken and hate turkey. Oh, a bit of a misfield there.
No, don't do it now.
The deep from Travis Head. He's got a big smile on his face. Almost created a bit of miscommunication between the batsmen.
Did.
And two batsmen with century potential. There's Michael. That's Kevin. Is that Kevin Peterson?
Yep, KP.
On the commentary, they're just talking about how they've brought Boland for his keeper position. They've had him up, they've had him back. And
change things up.
They've got him back at the moment. Short ball from Scotty Boland.
Giving Nathan Lyons a bowl. And
it's so interesting how England is playing. How is Australia going to bat? See, Scotty, I think Australia won't change up the way that they bat too much. I think they'll still be their kind of slower, like 3.5, 3 and over type thing. Like, I can't see. I mean, Kawaja and Warner, I could see being a little bit more aggressive. Maybe, but I don't see Steve Smith or Marnus really switching up how they play.
No. They get away to a really good start and all the rest of it, then there's every chance that the lower order will. That's well played.
Squeezing it down to the deep point region for Crawley, and he's asking the umpire about something. He's up to 40 now, though. 40 or 42 deliveries.
Something in the crowd, sight screen or something's in the way, or buddy. Might be the reflection off that buddy camera arm or whatever that was. See that shining in the sun there?
Strategically placed.
Yeah.
Let me make some coffee, says Ruth. And Australia will bat slowly. Yeah, I don't see them going hugely speedy. And they'll know that with England batting at the speed that they are, that they don't need to rush it. I just hope that they don't do a Pakistan and bat at like 2.5 and over. Because or else then it would kind of take away the chance of that result. We need an Uncle Hamish's dad emoji, says Grant. I think if I try and change any of the emojis on YouTube, they're going to take a couple off me. Is the only thing. Oh, that was trying to work at the leg. Well taken by Alex Carey. That had some good carry going through. Yeah, because they give you a certain amount of emojis depending on how many members you have.
There was a shot completely out of character.
Oh.
Right?
I think he just thought it was going to straighten.
Why, when you've been driving the ball so beautifully, would you suddenly decide that you want to hit one through mid-wicket from the offside?
Coffee sounds good. No milk or sugar, please, says Michael. That one's a little bit straighter.
Yeah. Bowler's just bending his back a little bit here. He's just getting it to sort of jump up off the pitch a bit, isn't he? Getting a bit of sharp bounce. Even there, Crawley took his bottom hand off the bat, but he, just in case it jumped a little bit further and got his fingers.
I think that Boland should try another bouncer. I feel like he's got to do a little bit of an aggressive bouncer that goes towards Crawley's head a little bit.
Yeah.
Just to see what his reaction is. Because that's the shot that he's wanting to play. He wants to get it out to the leg side for the easy single.
Yeah.
Rather than risking it out cover way, it seems.
Just to keep rotating it.
We're into the 15th over. 75 for 1, so still scoring at a run rate of 5 for England.
41.
Okay, Michael Black and Bitter okay, says Ruth. We're getting coffees made for everyone at the moment.
Okay.
Nathan Lyons still going to continue his bowling. He's sitting on 14 for none. At the moment off his 3 overs. which, I mean, is a little bit expensive, but if you take away the couple boundaries that they've been able to work from him.
He has actually created those couple of chances, hasn't he?
Crawley has to focus. Who do you want to win, says Scotty. I mean, I said I don't really mind who wins as long as it finishes on day 5 and it doesn't take a short amount of time to get the result. Back to Nathan Lyon, well fielded by Gazza. I think the key here for Crawley is to not get too comfortable with the spin. Because I think that's normally what happens, and then he gets himself in a bit of trouble. But it seems like 3 runs, having the man at deep square leg, they're just able to work them around for singles all day.
It's sort of like the middle overs in a bloody 50 over game, isn't it? The field spreads a bit. Then there's just sort of easy.
Oh, it was an edge when Crawley went for that shot. So if Australia had appealed and reviewed, they would have had Crawley out.
Wow.
Interesting.
The finest of fine edges, but even so.
Pope almost lost his balance a bit there. Yeah, you can hear the little noise now. Did you hear that one?
No.
Didn't you? There's a little bit of something. Advancing again. Working to the leg side, just one taken. Yeah, it seems like Australia are happy to give away 6 runs and over at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Just your average hammy or Schoolboy error says far. Although, yeah, there was no reaction from anyone on the field. No appeal. Batsman was laughing, but I think that was just because he thought that he had played it very badly. That's a desperation sweep there. But he's not quite timing it yet, is he?
No.
He's forcing the shots, but with a field like this, you can get away with it.
I think he's just trying to hit it too hard, isn't he?
One ball left for Nathan Lyon. Cummins is happy. Just 79 runs at the moment here for the English. And well, a smiley from Crawley. Although I don't think that was a smile because he edged it. I think that was more of a smile because he got done on the out. Well, did he get done on the outside if he edged it? Not really. He got a bit on it. Be the end of the over, 79 for 1.
Missed opportunity.
Can't believe Marnus didn't go up. Yeah, he normally has everything, doesn't he, old Marnus? But it's interesting. I wonder where he was fielding, though, because depending on whereabouts he was, he might have actually been out in the cover region or around there.
There's quite a lot of crowd noise too, though. So it probably would be hard to pick up a little edge. A lot of people in, a lot of talk.
Right, Pat Cummins come back into the bowling deck. We've got Blues Nate, kebabs and shrimps on Debarby. Top it with VB. Welcome in, Nate. Guy doing well at the moment, the Australians. They're under a bit of pressure. I think no one really going for a low run rate. Pat Cummins now, first ball, got Pope pushing. I swear he doesn't normally look this awkward batting.
Okay.
Pope. Normally, I think he looks a little bit more like he almost seems robotic in a way with the way that he's.
It looks like he's sort of halfway scrunched down, but he.
And like you said, trying to like dead bat everything to try and take it away. And steak for the English and pork chops for the Aussie. And I also wonder if Steve Smith would have reviewed with his puppet. Says far. I mean, he might have gone up. Yeah, it depends because you would have needed some real. I guess.
Well, I'm picking the umpire would have given it not out.
Yep. Runs are coming. Australia's worried. There's Scotty. And Hamish, are you going to, or who going to use support? You're going to have. I mean, I'm just hoping for a good first test match.
Yeah.
We are frozen again a little bit. Now we are fixed.
Yeah, so we've got deep square leg, a deep point. certainly the deep square leg, you just keep working the ball out there. Every time they get too straight, you just work it out there for easy run.
I think they had just changed that field, didn't they? Was that one that they were showing? They got the man at deep cover and then a man down the ground.
Yeah, got Nathan Lyons, but he up deep.
Cam Green, I'm wondering when they decide to go to him.
Hmm.
Probably after Boland, I would think.
Yeah.
They'll give Cam Green a bowl. A nice, delicious salad. Says Blues Nate. Crawley, sorry. He's 7 away from the half century. It's going to be worked again. Easy single.
Justin.
Oh, they're going to take 2. Yep, Josh Inglis. With the misfield.
With the subfielder.
Not what you want.
Not what you want of the captain's bowling.
No. And now you've got the crowd behind you as well who are going to rip into you.
Yeah. They're going, you're a star.
Platform for Brooks, Stokes and Ali. Well, I think, to be honest, Ali's probably going out there and he's going to have a bit of a hit. He'll play a very similar to Mitchell Stark kind of batting performance. How it's just a bit more of a swing. That's a nice front foot punch.
Ali's a better player than Mitchell Stark.
But he likes to get on with it, doesn't he? He won't take his time. I got you some finest Australian beer, Victorian bitter goods. As the deep square leg.
PB, that's not a bad drop actually. Quite like that when we were over in Aussie. Even bought some to come back here because it's on a shelf.
Have you seen any Fiji gold around here since coming back? I don't think we're fancy enough to sell it, are we? Another drive there from Pope trying to get those wrists going. Deep square leg in place to save the boundary, or the bowler's going short. Nah, the bowlers haven't really tried too many short balls, so it is just to save that boundary because of them continuing to rotate the strike.
Yeah, so
he's staying up all night live commentating, mate, says D, and that is the original plan. The stage, I will be solo for the next 2 sessions. And yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones that if I'm not doing the live commentary, I'm probably still watching the game anyway. It's one of those ones, do I chat along while watching it or do I just watch it? I have to see. I think the voice should be all right for today. As long as we got a bit left in the tank for Super Rugby tomorrow, should be all fine. 62 runs now off 80 balls. So it slowed down a little bit for that partnership, but more dot balls starting to be creative for the Australians. Nathan Lyon too far down the leg side. Going to take at least the 1. They'll consider 2, but they will just keep with 1.
Good call in the end.
And Ali used to open, says Far. I mean, if he was for England,
he's not the worst batsman in the world, Moen Ali. Probably wasn't the greatest spinner when he started, but because of the strength of his batting, it made him an easy pick because a lot of England spinners have been, tail ender batsmen.
The feet there from Crawley.
Very good use of the feet.
A huge boundary out there. 2 runs again.
That looked like a dance down the wicket where the ball was going to sail into the grandstand. I think he just held back on a little bit towards the end.
Moving up to 48, 2 away from the half century. The league side again, giving him those 49, although they might thought about it for half a second, didn't he?
Didn't he? He was very, if I push hard, I might get 2. No.
Maybe makes you want to knock out 10 blokes. It's a true story.
Wow.
Says Nate.
You shouldn't drink if you get angry.
Why is Victoria bitter? Says Fluffy.
Everybody loves a bit of beer.
I don't think Nathan Lyon has necessarily found his line either here, has he?
Well, they haven't let him settle. Every time he gets straight, they work him to leg. A few reverse sweeps early on when he got the ball outside off stump. So he's just struggling to get that consistency of just being able to put the ball in the same place each time. That's a shot.
I've had some down the ground. 4 more runs. Or the English, they're getting closer to that century. The first session, I don't think anyone expected anything less from England than 100 and something in this first session. And not sure if to ask the Kiwi guy who made it. There's a Blues name. Also, I'm not used to a pitch like this in England. Well, says Scotty. Well, that's the thing. Ben Stokes earlier on, he said he wanted good pitches. He wanted flat pitches, so the ball wouldn't do too much off them. And, oh, that's close to plumb. Is it going over the top?
I think it's pushed down leg.
Right, straight away, Pat Cummins likes it. I know the line was pretty happy straight away.
Stephen.
I've got 3 reviews each. They'll go upstairs here. Is it a desperation review?
No.
Because it's one of those ones that they haven't had too much. Like they haven't found many edges other than that one that bounced to Smith.
I haven't really had anything to get excited about. Right.
What do we got here? So straight away, I mean, impact in line. So it's whether or not the height for me.
Oh, I think it might be toast, actually.
You think that's pretty handy? Umpires call on height, or you think it's going to be low enough?
No, I think it's low enough.
And it hasn't hit the bat. There's a flat line.
That's toast.
Looks like leg stump's going to be getting possibly cleaned up here. All pitching in line, impact in line. It's 3 reds. And that will be the second wicket for Australia. Holy Pope, big wicket to get.
I was just really thinking to myself, well, Nathan Lyons will probably get taken out of the attack here now. So I think the umpire thought that pitch down leg.
Actually didn't bounce as high as I thought it would. To be honest, like seeing some of those ones that Boland was getting off the seam and getting them to pop up. A little bit fuller. And the way that it seemed, the seam pretty much it hit exactly where he wanted it to, didn't it? And then he was celebrating. Umpire gave him absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
But it'll be the wicket, Ollie Pope, 31 off 44, and Joe Root.
That's a big wicket.
35 minutes remaining in the session.
A little bit of turn there.
There's a big wicket for the Mangoes of world cricket, says Grant. Umpire strikes back, says far. And also we've got thunderstorms forecast for Edgebaston on Sunday, so maybe losing some playing time, says David. So I think that's why England are getting on with it, aren't they? Plus, it's a new tactic and it's working brilliantly for them. But yeah, luckily, the way that England play actually saves a result in some regards.
Gains them a little bit of time, doesn't it?
Because normally thunderstorms in England, when they get going, don't they? It normally isn't just a 2-minute little shower. It's sort of have a whole day of rain, son.
Yeah.
Right. Joe Root average of 50.25.
Yep.
Best was actually at Old Trafford, 2016, 254 runs. Plenty of time here. The question for me is, does he go aggressive here? Pat Cummins, solid from Crawley.
I think Rich just got to do what he does. He's got a shit ton of runs by Buddy doing what he does, so I can't see any reason to change.
Recently, he's been going with those reverse sweeps and the ramp shots and whatnot. I feel like he's had a little bit of that T20 rub off on him, which works against bowlers who are putting it there to be hit, but not so much against bowlers who will slowly try and fine-tune. And horrible weather, says Michael Gray. Cohen's outside off. That'll be worked, and that is the 50 runs for Zach Crawley. He has been very impressive throughout this innings. Didn't really put too many feet wrong at all. It's that one shot that he did actually get the edge on that they didn't review, but
it was an out-of-character shot.
Almost cost him. Yep, Root run scorer machine, says far.
Yep.
93 runs on the board now for England. Zach Crawley over half of them. 56 balls, so a strike rate of 89.
Only 6 fours, so it shows how easy it's been for them to work the ball around.
Yep.
That it hasn't just been boundaries.
What are we thinking? Golden duck for Root?
Oh, I hope not.
Oh, tell you what. Going for the advancing tactic there, Joe Root off the first ball. Uncharacteristic like. 145 Ks as well for Pat Cummins.
Well, that was an interesting start.
Tell you what, if he's going to play shots like that, a golden duck's on the card, isn't it? That's just to push your bat out and hope you get something on it. About maybe 6 inches outside of his crease at the moment, Root, where he's set up with his feet. Now Cummins, he'll see that first shot and go, okay,
yeah,
let's try and put that out there a little bit, see if we can lure him in.
Yep.
Oh, yep. That one was actually double bouncer to carry.
It's not carrying through, though, from there.
Oh, whatever
so it
that
might be a little bit sort of too punched from one end to the other looking at it, because Boland was getting quite good carry at times. There's nothing on those for a 90 mile an hour delivery.
He's from the same end as Boland was, isn't he?
Is he?
I believe so, because I think it was Boland, then Cummins came in, didn't he? And they left Nathan Lyon at the other. So maybe there's just that patch out there that doesn't quite do what it should. Root very keen to get that single.
And you get that one a little bit shorter that bounces quite steeply.
Cummins already on for 25 runs, so he has been a little bit expensive, but I feel like he's been able to tie up an end a little bit to a certain extent in the last couple overs so that Lyon can bolt who he wants to. And I think he wouldn't mind a couple more balls at Crawley, Nathan Lyon. See if he can kind of create that opportunity. That's going to be soft hands from Root. Work down to deep third man, and that will be the first run of the innings.
Kevin Peterson's just been saying about how crucial it is to get that first run as a test batsman. And Australia have missed a trick basically by having a deep point and a deep square leg, and just opened up a huge amount of room for the ball to get worked so that you can get off the mark. And he's 100% right. The longer you can keep a guy on zero, especially when they're used to scoring runs, the more pressure that suddenly builds on them. And even though they're 92 for 2, you've got to have those people in closer.
Why isn't it on KO? I think it's on 9 now, so it's completely free in Australia, if I'm not wrong, Rapid. So be sure to check out 9 now. I think they have an app, and you should be able to watch the whole thing live.
4 cover drives for Crawley out of his 6 boundaries.
So excited to see Johnny, says Xavier. Hazelwood, use of the feet again from Joe Root. Just going to have a very quick look because I believe that some international cricket they show on the TAB. So I'm just going to check to see whether or not they've got the Ashes on there. Because they sometimes do. I know that they had the World Cup games on.
They have the one on there?
Okay, they don't have the live comment or the live game. Sometimes for certain games they actually show the game. I'm not sure whether or not ourselves, for some reason, anytime I go onto another screen, it lags out, which is very nice, isn't it? Yeah, free to air on 9.
Hey,
there we go. Now we're back.
Moving.
Cheers, love your accent, by the way, says Rapid. Thank you, says Rapid. No worries at all.
Mm.
And yeah, hot weather over here always ends with a downpour or two. The way England move the game on, though, we should still get a result, says David. Yeah. So as long as they keep on, they set themselves, I don't know what they'll be after, maybe somewhere around that 400, 450. First innings, I'd say, on this wicket. Probably 450, to be honest. You wouldn't want too much lower. Yeah, from
You're probably
there.
going to get 450 to keep yourself in the game, or to make it so that it's hard to lose the game. Anything less than that, and they probably let themselves down a bit looking at the quality of the pitch.
At the 100 England, says Blues Nate. Yeah, they're getting close. 95. Still 30 minutes remaining. Session number 1. That one alone there, Crawley. 2 slips in the gully still in play. Who's the bowler at the moment for the Aussies that you actually think is the wicket taker here? Do you think Hazelwood's going to be?
Yeah, I think Hazelwood's still a very strong tactic or a strong prospect. Cummings doesn't look like he's actually bowling quite that well at the moment. I don't think, but Hazelwood's aggressive. He's always a buddy on the money man.
Leg side from Crawley, sorry. Down to Boland.
Mm-hmm.
They might give Boland a little crack just before the end of the session, perhaps. Maybe to come on after Cummins. I've got to move this like that. There we go. It's behaving again. It's been a pretty even session so far. Just when it looked like England would edge it, the Mango's got a wicket. Yes, Grant.
England can't afford to lose another one in this session. Otherwise, Aussie will think that they've had a win, basically. In the session, obviously, if England took over 100 runs, then that throws a little bit more favour into their ball just psychologically. There's a huge difference between being 96 and being 100 and something. And anything over 100 runs is still a pretty good session. But they can't afford to lose another wicket. Otherwise, Australia will go into lunch feeling pretty good about things. They'll know that they've had a little. England have had their little baseball bloody fun. Someone will tell them that they missed out on an opportunity on Crawley, so they'll be thinking, right, we got 3 wickets. We could have possibly had 4. Good session. But if England can get another 20 or 30 runs here, all of a sudden you're 130 for 2 going into lunch, and it's looking like it could be a long day.
So big question of who would they rather get here, Crawley or Root? Because Root in the long run is going to hurt you, but Crawley at the moment's hurting you.
Yeah. I think they'd be happy to get Crawley because Root's not going to get that established in the time left between now.
Shot.
That's a great shot.
Crawley pulls it away, slightly short from Cummins, but not short enough.
Really get up, though, for a ball that was sort of looked like it was banged in, did it?
Not quite the height that he needed. It only went to about maybe stomach height.
Yeah, only waist height, basically, for a pull shot, really.
Yeah, an outside off stump.
Belly button height.
Not troubling the body. Crawley says, yep, that'll do.
And the fact that he's hit it in front of square, or in front of mid-wicket, really, just shows how well he's seeing it. Or, how slow the pitch is.
And Root for sure, lots of cricket left in the day, says Grant.
Yeah.
With him still, I think, Root, if you can get him out for less than 10, you've done very well.
Yeah.
Well, normally less than 50, you've done well with Root. But if you can get him in that first 10-run period when he hasn't quite got himself set and he is still struggling a little bit.
Yeah, all those top batsmen, you've got a chance until they get 10.
Yep. That was slightly outside edges. Nice work from Cam Green.
I think it's the first ball he's fielded, isn't it?
Yeah, almost. I haven't seen too much off the edge. Anything they've tried to work that way, they've gone more backward point, haven't they? Rather than to Cam Green in the gully. Well fielded, though. Gets down very well for a big man. Worked off the pads by Root. Fine space out deep mid-wicket where Lyon was fielding. See, there's quite a few changes for the Aussies in positions that they don't normally field. Like, ideally, you want Nathan Lyon at your backward point or point region. But because they've been so aggressive, that's meant that he's had to go out from there and it's fielding in the outfield.
Which you don't really associate him with,
No.
to be honest, you know.
On strike again. Cummins. He's dual wicket, you'd have to say. Although, has he bowled well enough to get one? I don't think he quite has. There'll be 21 overs, down 102 for 2 for England. Scotty said, great to see England playing like this. They have been thrashed before. Just shows a great coach and captain. Says Scotty. Well, they've just decided that they're going to go into an untapped market of test match cricket, which is
positive.
Why not just play it like it's an ODI type kind of setting and see if you can get those 300 runs off only about 60 or 70 overs. And I mean, looking at their record in the past year or so, it's been pretty effective. Because a lot of sides, they like to think, oh, we'll just bowl well and that will shut them down. But that's all well and good. But you're against quality batsmen who will punish you for the bad ball. And in some cases, even punish you for the good ball.
The really good thing about it is that it's actually revived Test cricket a little bit. You know, we've got to the stage now where through, you know, positiveness, and Australia did it there when Adam Gilchrist, Matty Hayden and co were playing and all the rest of it, and they were, you know, not quite as bloody run rate as high as what England had, but certainly they pushed what used to be the sort of the considered a reasonably good day where the run rate was 3 and over. And they Aussie pushed that up to 4 and over, and it created opportunities for victories rather than just tame draws. And certainly when Australia had the likes of Glenn McGrath, Shane Warne operating on the last days of test matches, they were, you know, they started winning an awful lot more test matches than what the average teams were, which is what made them such a good team. And England now have carried that on even further because they score at such a high rate.
All that sedging goes out to the man where normally Nathan Lyon would be. He's out in the deep
the short point man, who's now deep. It creates opportunities, and you get opportunities to win. And everybody's getting excited about Test cricket again because teams are winning rather than, Test cricket, 5 days of cricket for a draw.
Not sure what shot Joe Root was trying to actually play here. Because he lost all shape.
He was looking for a drive down the mid-off by the look of his angle of the bat.
The
ball just wasn't quite there, I don't think.
Looks like they've got a little bit of a change there for Crawley. They don't have...
Lost a slip.
Yeah, and then they've still got Cam Green, but he seems like he's a little bit straighter than a gully, so more of a 4th or 5th slip. Smith was very keen with that LBW shout, which they would be like, can't tell, wouldn't they? And it's also nowhere near the stumps.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm not sure why Smith was keen. Luckily, he didn't go upstairs.
It might have looked all right from his angle at first slip. Wide first slip, probably more like second slip. Certainly wasn't going to look out from anybody else looking at it.
Bowl mate Kerr, all good. We didn't show up for the Canes game. Yeah, we haven't actually seen him for 2 weeks now. He wasn't here this weekend. He wasn't there. Or, of course, this weekend's coming up, but he wasn't there last weekend for the Canes game.
Could be cruising.
Could be. Well, he's normally on those flash boats that have the Wi-Fi. Well, and still got his package to unwrap, says Nate. Although I did actually end up opening the one that I was waiting for. Mainly because...
You couldn't wait.
No, well, there was a sale on Hurricanes merchandise on the Hurricanes website, seeing as they got knocked out of the competition, you see. So everything was going for cheap. So I had to make sure that the kit that he got me wasn't the same as the one that I was possibly going to buy. Yeah, the Hurricanes website. You could get their away kit for $50. Fun fact.
You know what else is going cheap?
What's that?
Loose gear.
Well, possibly. You know, they haven't started the sales yet, but I'll be keeping an eye out. It's crazy the fact that you can charge 150 during the season, and as soon as the team gets knocked out, they're like, "Here it is for $50."
That's it.
Mm.
Yeah. Get rid of this shit. Bring in a new jersey next year.
Yep.
Yeah. Fleece everybody for another $150. Perfect racket.
Baxter said, "Hey, Amish, with the Ashes on now, will there be some cricket vids coming out soon?" I did say to my dad earlier on when we were in the car, I said, now that we're at the Ashes, I will get asked that question. There's a few that are in the works at the moment. I think my problem was I didn't really commit to doing one of them, and instead I've kind of half edited about 3 of them. So there's some that should be hopefully ready soon. There's one that I've got to really edit hugely because I have to try and completely take one person out of it, and they are in a lot of the shots. So it's going to be a heavy editing job. I've got to either try and blur their face or get like a motion tracker to try and cut them out of it. But
this is what happens when you let people who are under witness protection play cricket, isn't it? You know.
But yeah, so there will be a little bit of a delay. Hopefully by the second game, I'll start to have them slightly regularly coming out. You should get to see that final soon, hopefully. No live feed on Sky. What channel are you looking at? It is on Spark Sport for this one because for some reason Spark Sport bought half the series. Oh. See Joe Root straight away. He's pushing the pad right out to try and cut out the chance of it coming back in, isn't he?
Yeah.
103 runs so far for the Australians. For the English.
Lucky I'm here.
Lucky. Crawley's sitting on 56 at the moment. He's going to have his 100 by the end of the second session if he doesn't go out. What do the Kiwi lads think the All Blacks' chances of winning the World Cup, says Skip? I mean, the weird thing is there's about probably 5 or so teams that have a very good chance of winning this World Cup, which is something we couldn't say about past World Cups. Because normally it's only about a 2 or 3 horse race. This one, there's a lot more chance. But the All Blacks, are they the best team currently going? I'd say no. Have they got potential of still winning the thing because of the talent that they've got in their team? Yeah, but it's still a very tricky one to predict because at the end of the day, 2 of the top 4 sides in the world are getting knocked out at the quarterfinals.
Yep.
So, you know, you're going to be playing top opposition no matter if you win or lose those group stage matches. Like 2 of the best sides are leaving already. So, slightly unfortunate.
It's certainly getting a lot tougher to predict who's going to win it. With the closing of the gap between the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere. A lot of that sort of stuff's come about because of the variation in the rules now that seems to dictate how teams are actually playing and how referees referee games and things like that, which is, I think personally, is to the detriment of rugby.
Oh, that one came back in a little bit.
Through the gate, nearly bowled them.
Crawley stayed low as well.
But it certainly opened it up. Yeah, you're right. There's probably 6 teams that you get back to win it, and you still might not get the winner. And it's going to come down. Injuries will play a key part. And I think refereeing decisions will also play a huge part. Some of it will come down to interpretation. Some of it will just come down to dumb calls or dumb rules. Dumb rules that cock up rugby.
106 for 2 now for England. Crawley actually had one there on the leg side that he did send Root back for. They haven't had too many dot balls when they've hit it through leg.
No.
Earl, do you think England will win at home, says Ahmad? I mean, I'd like to think they'll win at least one of the test matches. If they don't, it would be hugely disappointing, as normally the home side do have that advantage in Ashes test matches. But yeah, if they weren't to win one at home, it would hurt them big time, because at the end of the day, I feel like more English supporters for this cricket team are now starting to come out because of the fact that they've been going not too badly. But Yeah, the Ashes are normally the big one that everyone watches, and then they decide from there whether they're watching the rest of the cricketing season.
Yeah, basically.
The draw was too early, says Skip. Yeah, it seemed like well and truly too early, like almost a year and a half too early for the Rugby World Cup draw.
Oh,
Because the thing is, announcing that you're going to be playing for the All Blacks, for example, announcing that you're going to be playing France about 950 days out from playing France doesn't really you're not going to tactically plan anything in that much time because so much can change
oh,
in a year of
you
rugby,
could have a
let
totally
alone.
different team.
Mm,
Half your team could be different by the time you actually get to play. It's certainly interesting because it's all done on the ratings of teams and all the rest of it and that. But the ratings change so much
mm.
from one year to the next. So,
Once again, advances.
and ultimately, why so early? What difference does it make?
Nah, it's just
Why?
seemed like a good idea at the time. I
Why
think
so early? You know,
Smith needs to calm down. Cummins will get annoyed, says Scotty. Although the only problem is Pat Cummins' balls are in Steve Smith's pocket, so I don't think he can get too annoyed with Stephen, or else he won't give them back. Unfortunately, I don't think England have a chance.
he's got to keep his balls in his pocket so he hasn't got any room for any sandpaper and stuff.
Yeah, because or else you ever sandpapered your balls, that would probably hurt, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Wouldn't feel nice.
No.
Smith has looked very expressionally more than before. Am I looking too much into it? The last match against India, the same. I think he sometimes, his facial expressions, they extend more, don't they? They kind of does that a lot.
He's certainly passionate about this series, obviously.
Mm.
And he certainly wants to play a big part in it. And even though he's not captain, he's going to make it seem like he's captain and like it's his team and he's dictating what's going on. And if Australia go all right in this, it'll be Steve Smith's Australian team and all the rest of the bullshit that goes with it. But you're right. Pat Cummins will get annoyed with it.
It's going to be a single taken, risky but smart running from Joe Root.
Because he'll be sitting there thinking, well, I'm supposed to be the captain.
Mm. And Steve Smith is telling my bowlers how to bowl.
And I'm getting my field set for me and I'm getting bloody,
And you wonder whether or not that is why Cummins in the last one or two games hasn't looked as dangerous. Maybe he's got his mind elsewhere, worrying that Steve Smith's going to change his field.
He may well have his bloody mind on other things. And you're going to have one bad apple in the team, don't you?
Mm.
Everything turns to shite.
Short ball, that one once again didn't get up enough.
No.
He fielded in the deep by Travis. He good arm on him. They take on the two and they have managed to get through. Nicely run by England. I think Baz have unleashed England's mentality, says Skip. Well, that's the thing. England, they were in a very similar situation to what South Africa are now, which is they lost all those real old school batsmen pretty much all at the same time, didn't they? Around that Alistair Cook stage.
Yeah.
And they lost him, and then the others followed. And then they were in that scenario of not really knowing how they wanted to play because they had the bowling attack that could clean up opposition, but they didn't have the batters to back it up. Like they went through so many openers all in about a 2 or 3 year period. Like even if we look through at their Ashes squad last time they were in England, you'd see all new names compared to now. You'd see Roy, you'd see Burns, you'd see a couple other of the middle order batsmen. I think they also had. See, it's interesting that Sam Billings didn't get a chance here, but I'm not sure. Is he in the Ashes squad?
I don't know.
Sam Billings, I feel like he might be an option for one of the later ones rather than Bairstow to just give him a bit of a break. But, like he's another batsman who can play very good Baz ball when you. But then that's the thing. If the Baz ball's coming off well, it's working. If it's not, then you're always trying to get back into the match after losing a wicket, aren't you?
Well, that'll be when the negativity comes in. So it'll be testament to how Brendan McCullum keeps that going or keeps them positive. Obviously, he's had a huge bloody impact on their sort of mindset and their belief in each other and in the team and what they're doing. and all that sort of stuff, which has allowed them to play that. So it's when things start to go wrong and things aren't quite going in their favour, and everybody knows that cricket's a cruel game. If you find yourself not in form and you manage to nick everything that you don't want to hit, you'll always get LBW, even though you didn't think you were LBW. And you get punished so severely because you only get one chance as a batsman. One false shot, one bloody bad call, one,
Kerr, you're alive, Kerr. We were worried about you. Had about 3 or 4 people check on you, been MIA. Apologies, and I hope you opened the Kerr package. I did, Kerr, because I saw the Hurricanes were having a sale on their site. I got the away kit, but I had to make sure that we didn't get the away kit. I didn't think we did, but now I can show it off, can't I? Well, Kerr, not overly upset. I didn't witness the Canes game. Yeah, it wasn't the greatest, was it? Unfortunately, I was thinking of you pretty much the whole game, but ladies and I forgot I had a green screen. Look at that Hurricanes kit. It looks, tell you what, the color is a lot better in real person, isn't it?
Yeah.
And look at that bloody Kiwi lands.
Kiwi lands.
Beautiful.
Painted by the professionals, Razine.
What's their jingle? Do they have one of those? I keep on thinking more smart, more safe, Razine, but that's more team. That's the fly spray people, isn't it?
That's not even close.
No, it's a bit different. No. Thank you very much, Kurt. I'm sure that will be worn thorough. Well, that's the thing. I wanted to wear it for their semi-final game. But, yeah. Nick Berry had something to say about that, didn't he?
Well, he did. Yeah. I see nothing.
Yeah. It's a close one, that's for sure. But yeah, I hope you've been keeping well, Kurt. We were worried that you had been lost at sea.
Geordie Barrett, I pass nothing.
Poor Geordie, eh? It's opened up the door for a new 12 at the ABs, though, hasn't it? A lot of people are looking at that jersey going, who's it going to be? I'm enjoying a nice cold glass of Fanta while watching your commentary, says Cody. I enjoy a Fanta every once in a while. I had the strawberry Fanta from the local dairy a little while ago. It was weird because it was actually made with corn syrup.
It's not the same.
Rather than the...
Not the same. Fanta's Fanta.
Yeah.
It should never ever be a strawberry Fanta.
No, there's like 17 flavours. Pineapple Fanta.
Fanta is Fanta.
What about raspberry Fanta?
No.
Grape Fanta?
No.
None of them?
Fanta. Okay. Orange?
Is that your view on Coke as well? It's like it's Coke or no Coke, like vanilla Coke. Would you consider that a raspberry Coke? You like a raspberry and Coke, don't you?
No.
Don't you?
Oh, it's all right. But not.
Everyone tries to modify things, don't they?
Try and modify it.
Did you see pineapple lumps? They've got like hokey pokey pineapple lumps now and whatnot. You got to change everything. You got to have modifications.
The person who come up with that one's punched in the mouth.
Okay, it wasn't me.
Shot with all of their own shit.
I was at home, but still had to work from home office, although it wasn't the plan. Now in New York, says Kerr there.
Wow.
There you go. The big smoke, is that what they call New York? No. What's the saying for New York? The Big Apple. The something apple. The red apple? No. Is it the Big Apple?
Stick with that.
The big red apple. Okay.
Right, here's Nathan Lyons coming back in for another bowl.
I would say that that's to try and squeeze in 2 more overs before the end of the session.
Could be.
We are currently 4 away. Coke originally was meant to be served in a tall glass with a scoop of vanilla ice cream on top.
Spider.
Yeah,
Yummy.
They're quite nice, aren't they? Or they call it a float, don't they, in America?
What?
A float. Because I think it's like a root beer float when it's root beer, but I don't know if it's a Coke float. The rotten apple, says Kerr. Yeah. Hopefully you're enjoying it, though. Tell you what, it must be hard to get used to time zones. One day you're somewhere, and then the next day you're on a completely different continent. That was nicely worked. What city are you from? There's Kwasi. Is that to me or to Kerr? I wonder. Was I actually born in Christchurch? Oh. Up the road.
Cha-cha?
Yep. It's all good. I do have a Kiwi Lad Stubbies holder because I want one. Or is it all good to have a Kiwi Lad Stubby holder? Yeah, go on. You'll have to tell us where you get it from, though, because we might have to get one as well, because my dad's finished 2 beers during this stream. Not to drink shame you at all, but
I know 2's a pretty poor effort, to be honest.
Do it once, do a double barrel.
Oh,
Straight down the mush.
I just didn't want to seem rude and get up and go to the fridge.
And I just realised what you said, Kane said a sale on Bastards. Yeah, they were selling, although not customised, they were selling those home kits for $60.
They should have been given them away.
But the away kit was the one that I actually purchased for myself, because it was $50 for the black and yellow, and I was like, yep, it's gotta be. But yeah, they had hoodies on there, they had shorts, although I think the shorts sold out. They had all the training kits and everything. Because, yeah, sadly, they lost, as we know. Which I was quite sad about, because I felt like they had won that game. And Shorgan sends it next month. Here's Nate. Oh, Joe, you've got to hit that.
Yes.
That stayed very low, Joe.
Wow.
Ponsonby Pie still around. Best pies ever.
Us.
I know they've got Mackenzie pies here. They've got, what else is there? There's another one up the road that does pies.
Fairly pies.
Fairly Bakehouse pies, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're skidding for Nathan
Just
Lyon.
skidding through, isn't it?
But then the LBW was the one that he actually got to pop, wasn't it? $60 New Zealand dollars. Yeah, almost. It's the third of how much the customised kit was. I have to stock up for next season, because they're going to be charging $150 as soon as we get back into it. And that's a good sales, says Kit. It is. I was surprised when I saw it. The Highlanders actually are doing the same thing. It's any team that gets knocked out. So the Blues website, I doubt that they've done it yet, but I would say sale coming soon for the Blues.
They'll be giving it away.
And I mean, the same should be with the Chiefs and the Crusaders, shouldn't it?
You'll get a 2-for-1 deal shortly. You'll get a Warriors kit and a Blues kit.
Yeah. Or Warriors. Are we going to watch some of their playoff games if they make it through?
Maybe.
And to you, so yeah, born in Christchurch and then moved a few hours down south to a small town, which is nice, because I'm going to have to go get some bananas tomorrow. And the way that correlates is because it's only like a minute drive to get the bananas.
5 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, a rough throw there. Well backed up by Marnus Labuschagne. And need to start arranging Rugby World Cup kits, says Kerr. Well, that's the thing. The sides will be getting close to announcing their kits, won't they? For the World Cup. How long before? It's normally a month or two, isn't it? So everyone can merchandise up.
No idea.
Themselves all set. I'm looking forward to about 6 months after the Rugby World Cup when they start putting all the kits down in price. Because that's what happened with the Rugby League World Cup. But then I feel like Rugby Union, they're slightly less likely to do that. That's a shot straight to Kawaja.
Lucky.
3 balls remaining now in this over. Still 4. If they ticked over that last one that we just saw.
12 a.m.
Getting close. When is the next test match for the Black Caps? I think they're playing England in about 4 months.
Something like that. I think we looked it up.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Olin can sneak a wicket here. That would be pretty massive for the Aussies. Won't be that ball, though. Whipped off the pads by Joe Root. And still think most interesting pool is Scotland, because it is that one, and I think that Fiji, Australia, Wales, Georgia, and Portugal pools got my interest a little bit. Because seeing the Fijian squad, on paper, they should be able to beat teams, but then in reality, they don't, sadly, sometimes. But that pool's got a bit of juice in it. But then also the fact that Johnny Sexton might not get to, well, he probably isn't going to be playing in this World Cup because he had a go at a ref. So he might be missing for oh, that's off the outside edge. Crawley, wait a minute. What the hit? How was that? Devast Marius Erasmus says, no, well, Aussie are going upstairs. If they're that confident, why aren't they using their review? Okay.
You're going upstairs.
Cummins is going upstairs. That sounded like a... What did that hit then?
Did he hit the ground?
No, his bat was up. So I'm wondering whether or not it's hit like a hip or something on the way past. Yeah, I know, but it's a weird one, isn't it?
Calm down.
Yeah. I just realised I have
Well,
no muscle in there.
It's either the biggest, most genuine edge.
Because the way that he reacted as well is as if he got a ball in the nets that he misplayed. Like he went, oh, what's this hit? Has it it come in? No, it hasn't come in. What? He smacked the glove off it. His finger's gone ping.
Smacked the end of his thumb.
Well, that's out. What is Marius Erasmus listening to? This is going to, I was going to say it's going to take up the whole of the ultra edge, but
calm down.
It's a big one.
You're having a fucking mare.
Wasn't that just 2 balls ago? I said, what if they get a wicket before lunch? Wouldn't that be big? And then
you put the mockers on.
They got it, and then Marius Erasmus was like, no, I don't like when people get hit on the finger. That'll be the 3rd wicket, 61. Okay, that adds a bit more interest into that final session, doesn't it? That is now day 1 lunch, ladies and gentlemen. End of financial year sales, everything dropped. Prices for gas and diesel prices is ridiculous. Says Nate. Hey, buddy, all good? Your message didn't show till now. How's it goes? Says Kerr. Skip is not happy with that one. Yeah, it's a wicket that they didn't need to lose.
No.
But then that was a hard ball not to play it. But then because he's been pushing so far outside of off stump, because we'll see here, it came back. Like that theoretically is a leave, isn't it? It was really weird that they had to go upstairs for it. Pat Cummins was celebrating even without seeing it given out. He was just assuming.
Perfectly simple assumption.
124 for 3. That's a hard session to judge now.
Probably a 50-50 session.
Yep. Because good runs being scored by the English, but then still those 3 crucial wickets.
Enough runs to have been scored, but yeah.
Best bowling, Josh Hazlewood. Economy of 3.86. Boland, Lyon, both getting themselves a wicket. The skipper, Cummins, yet to get himself one. Always a tricky gig being the skipper, isn't it?
It is. Yes, you never know quite how much to bowl yourself, when to bowl yourself. But Stephen will let him know, I guess.
Absolutely. Yeah, first session down to the Ashes, eh?
Just like that.
Just a little bit of excitement in amongst there as well. And it's interesting how close it is in terms of the head-to-head, because at the start of this one, it was 50-50. Now it's just slightly in the favour of England. Although the draws increased a tad now as well. So I think that's because Aussie maybe dropped a bit in the odds. Just the most recent little patch. But nonetheless, first session of the day, ladies and gents, is just about down. What normally happens on these cricket live streams is we hit the break and then we end up going away for the break and then coming back for the next session to start. I'm just quickly... Before I do that, I'm going to check to see if the Blues Rugby have got their sale on yet. It's still 150.
Right.
That's a shame, isn't it? Who wouldn't love a Blues kit for $60? Eh? Brook, bring it on, says Michael Gray. But nonetheless, I think we're leaving.
Yep.
Well, we're leaving you, aren't we?
Yep, I'm done.
Going to bed. Probably fair enough.
Golf tomorrow.
Golf tomorrow. Good luck, because I might not see you in the morning, because I think I'll almost still be up.
Right. Cool. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for being here.
Right.
Good luck with the golf. Tell Mumsy good luck with the golf too, because she's playing too, isn't she?
Yeah.
She'll hopefully go all right.
We'll have to wait and see how the rest of the day went.
In
the news in the morning.
Exactly right.
Unless we hear you jumping up and down and getting all excited.
Probably. And
yelling your head off, in which case I'll have to come out and tell you to shut the...
Yeah. Oh, well.
Nonetheless.
Right. I guess the only thing is I will need you to put your chair to the side. Maybe.
Right.
Possibly.
That's it.
And how was your golf, Dad? How was your golf? Last time you played, how'd you go? Do good?
Yeah, not bad.
So he's playing tomorrow too, Kerr. Yeah, see, because that's holding up the green screen. So if I shuffle, there we go. We don't lose it. Right, they've just got it was a little screen that they were showing saying when the sessions were taking place. Yeah, a lot of the teams for Super Rugby do end up putting their prices down when it comes to end of the season, which I didn't realize it was as drastic of a drop. Like the Highlanders have had a sale for about 3 weeks, Ellie, because they unfortunately did get knocked out relatively early on. So yeah, I'll have to keep an eye out for that because now that I've got a Canes kit, I'm kind of like, do I want a kit for every team in Super Rugby? His handicap's about 5, I think, if I'm not wrong, somewhere around 5 or 6. Hamish, great run rate of a third wicket. Lunch evened the session up, but Fiji and Drua dropped. Or did Fiji and Drua drop their prices? I don't believe so. But I think that is because there are so many places in Fiji that do also sell Fiji and Drua merchandise. I just have a quick wee look here. Okay, they did drop it a little bit, but not hugely. So the home jersey for the men, they dropped it from $120 Australian to 95 Australian. So that's probably not too bad of a price for a kit. I've got to do this in parts so that I don't tip over the screen. Uh-oh, she's going down. That was testing out the grip strength, wasn't it? But yeah, so they're down to $95 here in New Zealand, or you can get some shorts for 35, but that's no cheaper than it normally would be. Yeah, the Highlanders home kit's down to 60 and their away kit's down to 50. So that seems to be the trend for New Zealand teams is have your home kit go down quite a bit and then your away kit goes down even more. Yeah, good fun. Overall, Super Rugby, tomorrow we have got the semi-final, or later on today, in fact, I should say. That will be the one taking place between the Chiefs and the Brumbies. It's going to be a great fixture. It does take place, but nonetheless, we will be doing what we have normally done for the Ashes and also for cricket test matches, which means that we are going to have the screen which just has the score on it for the next, it's actually 30 minutes, which always feels like a long time to have. But what we will be doing is we will be typing this. We will back for session 2 in that's 12:40 NZ time. There we go. We'll add that. Put that down the bottom. In fact, we could probably have it without it ticking over. That might be easier. Go like this, like that, and like that. Also the thumbs up from Blues Nate. But yeah, nonetheless, we will be popping away for around that 25, 30 minutes or so. I'll be going and having a snack and whatnot, getting ready to go for the next session, which will also be a 2-hour session, starting at 12:40 a.m. New Zealand time and finishing at 2:40 a.m. So be sure to stick around. I will have some tunes on for you guys to be able to listen to. In Japan, about 12 years ago, watching the All Blacks against Australia and Japan was $120. Jeez. So, I mean, that's the thing. Normally, someone was mentioning about the Women's World Cup for the football. It's about $25, I think, for 2 people to go to the game. Whereas for going to an All Blacks game, it was about $150 combined. Probably scoring quickly says good sister, bad sister. They're doing very well at the moment. England, they've just lost those couple wickets that could end up backfiring on them a little bit. But Joe Root and Harry Brook, I'm looking forward to seeing that combination in action because as soon as those two get going, it's going to be very hard to stop their momentum. So they need to get Brook out for less than 10. I would say that is one of the keys that they need. And then they need to try and get into that middle order of Stokes and Bairstow and start to knock them over. If they can get at the end of this next session, they can have England 6 down. That would be best case scenario, I would say, for the Australians. And one of those guys, well, I mean, both of those guys, Root and Brook, would need to be dismissed. But yeah, nonetheless, we will be back in 29 minutes' time. And yeah, I will put on some music. It is some of one of the other Kiwi lads, Isaac's music. So be sure to enjoy it. I guess if your eardrums do. And yeah, I'll see you all in 20 minutes or so. Right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you are all doing well. Hope you enjoyed the lunch break. We are now back ready to go for the second session of the Ashes. Now, the first session, we called it a little bit of a 50-50 scenario. England, they were able to get themselves 124 runs on the board, but the Australians able to pick up those three important wickets of Duckett, Crawley most recently, and then also alongside those two, they got Ollie Pope with the LBW a little bit earlier on. But the second session, we're about to see Joe Root batting alongside Harry Brook. Now, that is a very intriguing combination to have at the crease because Brook has been absolutely phenomenal over the last little while for this English side. I just realized by me going over on my other screen, I think it froze me here. So I'm not sure if you guys can still hear me or whether I am glitching out at the moment as well. That is something that will hopefully fix itself before the end of the session. I don't know whether or not you heard any of that or whether it completely cut me out, but we're ready to go for another session. Root, I believe he will not be on strike for this one due to the glove that was actually of Zach Crawley. And it was surprising that Marius Erasmus didn't say that it was going to be the wicket. Australia having a go upstairs. Worked out in their favour. Currently, Joe Root, the more set batsman of the two, 20 runs off 33 deliveries. Harry Brook yet to face a delivery, but now is his chance to see how he goes up against this Aussie lineup. Now, he is normally a bit of a baseball specialist, does like to hit the ball hard when given the opportunity. It will be Scotty Boland, the man who just picked up that wicket of Crawley, sitting on one alongside Nathan Lyon, and then also Josh Hazlewood, all three of the Aussie bowlers picking up the wicket, except for Pat Cummins, who's still eagerly awaiting his chance in the near future. We have got there Hamish, what, just say 3 minutes ago, says Brandon. Was it when it was glitching and I was like, I'm not sure if you guys can hear me anymore? Was it that one perhaps? Because I know that there was a part that may have cut out. But yeah, I'm not too sure now. Boland, straight away, Harry Brook able to get himself a single there. Getting off the mark, considered going for the second, but decided against it. Evening, Hamish, thanks for the commentary, mate. Says, Joss, no worries at all. It's great to have you here once again, Joss. And it ain't lying, but he's trying. I'm a J Root because I'm a Boland for my troops. Tell you what, Nate, you're spinning bars, my boy. I mean, I don't know what it means, but I know there's a few cricketers in there, but it did sound nice off the tongue. You know? Scotty Boland, final ball of his over. Joe Root tries to drive. Doesn't get himself the wicket there. That'll be 125 for 3 off the 27 overs. So this is a big, important session here for the Australians because they can either halt the baseball momentum completely or, they're just still having the conversation between Cummins and Erasmus talking about that glove. But yeah, it's a very important one because England either need to rebuild in this session, get a good partnership going here between Brook and Joe Root, or the other side of things is if Australia can pick up a few quick wickets, then they start to put the real pressure on England, and all of a sudden England getting 300 bowled out becomes a real possibility. Are you doing sevens in 2024? We certainly are. Got a little bit more sevens in 2023. Of course, that new USA sevens is going to be starting up in the future. I was just told about. I realized it was happening. I thought it was a little bit more in the future, but yeah, I might end up covering it as well. Who knows? I'm excited though. We've got an under 20 World Cup around the corner alongside the Ashes. It's a nice ball there from Nathan Lyon. Right on the money for Brook. A little bit slower, 90 kilometres an hour there. Trying to get him on the front foot early, because if you can pick up Brook early, that is a massive wicket to get. Then you expose Stokes to a reasonably new ball. It's still 27 overs old, so hard enough to be able to create some opportunities. But doesn't seem like a bad spinner's wicket at times. The way Nathan Lyon's been able to get that ball to grip and turn. Out into the deep on the leg side, Travis Head fields it, and he will enjoy this Bazball style of batting that he's seen from England. It is actually the style he's been using a long time. George, Miss George. I wish he was here tonight, says Brandon. He's in Wanaka, so he's a little bit far away at this stage, but he's been very busy over the last couple of weekends, which has been, I mean, good for him. Slightly unfortunate for you guys who want to be able to see him on the channel, but I'm sure we'll get him on either next week or the weekend after. We'll have some sort of game that we can find. Get George on. Reverse sweep attempted there, slightly in line. They say not out. I would say, if anything, hit outside of the line, but because he switches, I don't think this is going to be out. I feel that this was outside of the line that it hit, and I think they all agree. Their cricket rockets and Hamish, how's it hanging with the Aussie bowlers? I mean, they're bowling pretty decently. Pat Cummins probably the roughest of the lot, but they went upstairs for this one because he reverse sweep. Yeah, that one was going to be missing the stumps. Just too much spin on it. Outside of the line. Nathan Lyon getting the jazz hands going. That's when you know he likes it. It's a little bit more pitched up this time. Root watches it closely. And back in video. After interviews, we see video. Says Brandon. Back in video. After interviews, we see video. Oh, yeah, you are going to be starting to upload again, aren't you, Brandon? I did hear, which is good news. Keep an eye out for some of that. That's gone leg side from Nathan Lyon. That wasn't quite the line that he was looking for. Once again, hit out into the deep to Travis Head. Chance now for Nathan Lyon to face off against the young Brook again. And he was one of those players, like I mentioned, he broke onto the scene for this English Test side and just hasn't really looked like losing his position ever since. There were question marks of whether he should have been in there. I think he proved pretty much all of the doubters wrong. I need a haircut, that is for sure. That's leg side-ish again, but well played late by Brook under the eye line. That'll be the end of the over. It's 127 for 3. Looking at the next three batsmen, Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow, and Moeen Ali, if they can get those three out at the crease before the end of this session, that would be a massive one for the Aussies. But the problem is, because of how quickly England score, it always makes it tough to tell who wins the session, because theoretically, normally 3 wickets in a session would get you a session 1. But because England also managed to get themselves around that 120 mark, it makes it very hard to be able to say that it wasn't a tied session. I want to do birthday specials, so guys, come and chat. If you want, says Brandon. I'm not too sure what time I'm getting up today is the only thing after the Ashes. I assume that it's going to be late in the afternoon, so it probably depends a little bit on how close it is to Super Rugby. It will depend, though, on what time you do, of course, do it. Another guy, Kiwi Lads, a little bit earlier on from Blues. No, I don't think I read that one out, did I, about your freaky fresh raps? I'm such a gangster. Just showing that Duckett dismissal, playing at it outside of the off stump. And that was the LBW and Nathan Lyon. 31 Pope was on. The time of being dismissed, bowling, charging in. Oh no, that's a bobble, and that's an awkward one for Alex Carey, who now has a sore finger, and that's the last thing you want on the first day of an Ashes series, because you have still got 25 more days, including this one, that you're going to be possibly out there in the field with your wicket-keeping gloves on. Hopefully it's just a stinger and not a broken finger, because or else then that's going to feel like a very long time before he gets to rest it. And also we've got there, Hamish, when do I normally live stream at the same time with you? Or at same with you, says Brandon. Yes, so that is true. We might have a few overlaps, won't we? Side of off stump. Joe Root works it down. Backward point again in the deep. Himself the single. Brook to Boland. I feel like Boland, the fact that he pitches it up that little bit more might entice Brook into playing outside of the off stump. Get him into a little bit of trouble. It's only a couple of years ago that Boland wasn't even really in the running for the test side. And then he had that magical innings at the MCG where everyone started knowing his name. And then from there, found success anytime he gets added into that side. The fact that he's keeping a spot when there's the likes of a Stark missing out here, definitely impressive. 139 Ks as well. He's getting it down there at a decent speed. Scotty B. Currently got the man deep. Forward square leg, I'd call that. And then also a deep fine leg with about a 3/4 point backward point on there as well. Still with the 2 slips, the gully of Cam Green, who we've only had to see field 1 ball. English, they aren't really edging too much, which could be testament to the way that they are batting, or it could also be maybe that the pitch isn't doing as much as expected. Quick run taken by Brook. Nicely done again. Just work in the field. It's that strike rate and the run rate ticking over for the English, sitting on 129 runs now. They haven't had to play any risky shots, and they've already got the 2 runs for this over. Team presentation, very good from Boland. I think all of, or most of this English lineup anyway, have yellow bat handles. I'm not sure if there is a reasoning behind that or if it's just the one that most of them have gone with. But I know that Rory Burns was probably the first one who had that yellow bat handle more recently. He was actually using a Gray Nichols bat that was yellow rather than just the handle. Another dot ball. That kind of looked like Todd Murphy out in the field. I don't think it was, though. I think it was still Cam Green there. They've got Todd Murphy. I don't know whether or not he's in the squad or he is in the squad. It's just whether or not he's in the playing. About 13 that they can have. Boland, relatively long run up. Does manage to get plenty of speed going alongside it. What a peach that was. But once again, it's bounced awkwardly. No carry through to the keeper. And that will be the end of the over. 129 for 3. Slightly concerning, though, when that ball's only going through at about maybe shin height after going past the outside edge. It's great work from Alex Carey. Definitely if he has got a sore finger, not get smacked with it. And 71 runs to go. England to get 200 plus, says Nate. So, yeah. I feel like, oh, that's a good question, Nate. By the end of the session, how many runs do you see England being on? And if we're going extra ballsy with our predictions, how many wickets down do you think they'll be? Because I honestly feel if these two get going, there's a chance that they could both be there at the end of the session. But if they don't get going, I feel like there's a chance we could see about 3 wickets shot from Harry Brook. Use of the feet, then does manage to get it down there to the boundary. I will also ask Nate, just because I know you're pretty quick with the replying, is it glitching at all every once in a while for you, or is it only glitching for me? Because I know that every once in a while I seem to freeze in like the coverage, and then it ends up just pretty much sitting there for me. But I don't know whether it's on my end or whether it's coming through YouTube that way. So could you please let me know? 180 and 2 more wickets. Okay, so you're saying 5 down. Work there as well. That's the thing. The wickets normally do slow it down. An upcoming project and work song. Yes, Hamish. I'm making my song called Lucky. Here's Brandon, so I have to give it a listen. Some stage. We have got the ones that we always have from Isaac that we put during the inning spells. That was a very late cut there from Harry Brook, almost like he was indecisive in the way that he wanted to play it, and almost ended up just chipping it to first slip Steve Smith. And come on, Brook, hit that ball. So here's Scotty. And yeah, he's a class batsman. And tell you what, if Smith was down a little bit lower there, that was almost a catching chance. I think Nathan Lyon knows it as well. They've got the man in close on the leg side. And Manus Labashane. Back to the lead side. I was glitching earlier. Seems to be all good now. Says Nate. So yeah, my Wi-Fi. Well, the thing is, I'm not actually sure if it's my Wi-Fi or if it's my PC, which is a little bit concerning because the last thing I want is for this PC to stop working before the World Cup. Yeah, that wouldn't be good. But hopefully it does end up coming right. I'll probably have to connect the Wi-Fi through cable tomorrow just to see if that makes the difference. That's a nice ball. Nicely glided, though, out to point by Joe Root. Just watching the spin, playing it late. A bit of copyright, so I'll say this, don't put that song on the live stream. Says Brandon, okay, fair enough. Yeah, luckily for Isaac stuff, it is not copyrighted at this stage. So the thing is, if it ever gets copyrighted, we'll probably end up with like 7 copyright claims from Isaac, but then that's all good. At the end of the day, like, yeah, one of the other Kiwi lads trying to support him with the music. He said that he hasn't been working on anything lately, though, which is slightly concerning because hopefully you guys will agree with me that the stuff that was playing at that the lunch break, very talented in his composition. So I've got him a slight project to work on for the Kiwi lads in the near future. We're hoping to get him to do a little bit of music for a certain video, so that will be nice. But yeah, and I hear you probably need to change it up. Are you looking for a new PC? Can you lay by one? Says Nate. It is an option. The problem that I've got is because I have 3 screens normally and the editing software, like I normally run it pretty hot, I would say, for my PC. So I probably need a hefty-ish one. But yeah, I probably could do it as an installment one. How many installments do they let you do for lay-by? Can you do like 8? Is even or actually that's like, do you pay per week or per month for lay-by? It might be a hefty purchase, that's for sure. Thanks. Oh, advancing down the wicket. It's 11 time day not starting. Says Brandon. I hope to get I had to go get some chocolate and popcorn still with the Ashes. Now I kind of did the same, Roof, except I minus the popcorn and went with some chips. But they weren't hot chips, they were potato chips. And the problem is the copper kettle ones that they make sometimes are very hard, and I stabbed myself right up through the roof of my mouth with one of those chips. And with that in the combination of salt, not ideal. Ooh, a little bit of aggression there from Boland, that delivery. But yeah, so that was unfortunate. And then I also, in the process, I had a Kit Kat Chunky because those are just brilliant. I feel like they are my favorite chocolate bar at the moment, and you're just bloody good. You know, and what's your end of day score prediction? Can England make 180? I think so. I think we go in end of day or end of session? End of this session, I'm saying England have about 215 on the board. I'm going to go with, and then end of the day, I'm thinking they get about 340. I'll go somewhere around there. Sounds about right. We'll go with that. And Kit Kat Milky Bar, yeah. Good old Kit Kat Chunky. I've slightly destroyed the wrapper, but well, these ones, eh? They are very good. You will know as well, Nate, being from New Zealand or Australia. They go pretty well. And end of day, 333 for 8. That's pretty close to, what do I say, 340. We're on the same page there. Gordon, Richard Harbert, Matt Phillip, Trevor Hosier. And more confirmed leaving the Rebels. We are stuffed. Says Xavier. It's a tricky one because, yeah, they've lost a lot of good players, the Rebels, in the last little while. And it's getting harder and harder to get those big players, I guess, to go to them. But the Rebels overall this year, I know that they had some struggles, but I think they didn't have a bad season. You know, like they were struggling a little bit at times, but they still had some good performances even when they lost, I thought. And it seemed like there was improvement from last year a little bit. So hopefully they can find some replacement players and they get like a full side going. Let's go Kit Kat, says Blues Nate. And also, hey, Nate, I know it's going to be a Tex or peppermint. Chris, throw it into hot coffee, says Roof. Now, one that's taken my fancy recently from Nestle is a Chocoto. Anyone know about those? They're pretty much like a chocolate-covered fudge tube with little biscuit balls in them. They're interesting looking things. That's a great shot from Joe Root there. And he thought about the two. We'll only get the one down to the man at deep point. Been awfully busy in the last little while. A lot of these English batsmen very good at just using the speed of the ball, letting it glide down towards that deep third man region. I can't tell whether or not I'm glitching again. Did I just glitch, Nate? Do let me know. I'm waiting for it to catch up. All of a sudden it will glitch and it will put me back to live. There we go. We're back live. Did that glitch at all, Nate, there, or was it just on my end? Oh, chasing the wider one there, Harry Brook. Leave head. We'll be able to cut it off, so they do get another 2 runs there for England. 144 for 3 now. Yes, you did, says Nate. Is it like really like, can you still hear me while it's glitching? Or is it that it like glitches with my words as well? I saw something the other day, and they are thinking of just bringing up the idea of a Hawaii Super Rugby team. That would be interesting. I guess it would kind of tie into that USA side of things, although they would have to play a lot of their rugby here, I'd assume, because I don't think they want to travel from New Zealand or Australia to Hawaii. And while it's always impossible at this point, Aussies are galloping it, says Ruth. Ruth sitting there on 26. Harry Brook sitting 13 or 15. Nathan Lyon continues bowling. He's already actually bowled 8 overs. Wouldn't normally expect that in the first 30 overs of a test match for the Australians, but he's been getting a little bit closer to one of the more economical bowlers. Can hear you clearly, but you're on fast forward mode for a sec. Yeah, I'm going to have to work out why it does that. I don't know whether it is the connection issue or whether it's the PC going bang, but not ideal. We'll see how we're going. There's a chance that if it keeps on doing it throughout this session, because normally it's when I change to a different monitor, it gets confused. But I haven't really changed monitor other than very early on when I was checking. What was I checking? I think I was checking Harry Brook to see if it was Brook or Brooks. So other than that, I haven't really changed monitor, and it seems like it doesn't like me. So we may only get 2 sessions today because of glitchiness. Shot. Cummins manages to cut it off. They thought about 2, but Cummins doing well. Cuts it off and keeps it to 1. And let's go, Aussie. There's Michael. Yeah, they're going to need a couple wickets in this session, because or else then England will start to find that momentum quite heavily. I consider it as slightly favourites, and chicken neighbours might be using your net. No joke, says Nate. Well, the thing is, we got fibre, and I think it's slowed down since we got fibre. But that's maybe because we're just in a small town, and small town fibre is not the greatest. That's very league side-ish. From Nathan Lyon, that seems to be his tactic, though. Try and get the player to hit it into his pads, and then have Marnus in close, ready to take on that catch when it does arise. Now Nathan Lyon, yep. Doing not too badly there. Banging it into the turf. And maybe I'm not sure. Says Nate, and good bit of fielding. Yeah, Cummins, he's normally pretty good in the field, and that is the same with all the Australian players. They put the bodies on the line, and to do that on the first day of a test match, you know that they're going to put on those hard yards late. Reverse sweep from Joe Root, successfully done as well, perfectly timed, but out in the deep. It's going to be Josh Hazlewood who stops it from getting to the boundary. And they whack those first balls, best 3 of the Palms gone, says Roof, and Australia to win, even though I don't know squat about cricket, says Sammy Souza. To be fair, it's not a bad guess. Overall, I think they were tied in terms of who was going to win this match going into the final or going into the first day. So not a bad shout, Sammy Souza. What do you think of the game between the Crusaders and the Blues, though? And also, Chiefs versus Brumbies tomorrow. How you see it going? We'll be covering that one on the channel, plus a little bit of cricket tomorrow evening. I want to do some of the Curry Cup as well tomorrow night. But I think those games are at about 5 a.m., which is about the time that the Ashes would be finishing. So it's a tricky one to juggle which games we're doing when, but should be fun. Scotty Boland running in again. Side of off stump, just glided down towards deep third man. That should almost go all the way to the boundary. Yes, it does. No Australian down there, come on, Warner. I do some spectacular catches. Says Roof. Yeah, we haven't actually seen David Warner at all yet. From what I remember, they haven't shown him on the camera at any point throughout this test match. I assume he's still out there. Maybe he's fielding in the deep, somewhere that they haven't hit it to, because I know he was first slip earlier on. But we see Cam Green there, and yeah, just out to his side. Not quite going to be able to reach out. Christchurch has always been a fortress for the Crusaders during playoff time. Now that you've mentioned the canning the Blues got, that's another great shot. It's going to be a foot race out of the deep. Does he stop it? Yes, he does. Brilliant work from Travis Head, or did he stop it? They might have another look at that. He's slightly limping, Travis Head, after that effort in the deep. He taps it back into the field of play, then starts rolling. Gets back up to his feet in the field of play. Yeah, that's completely fine for Travis Head. Saving a run in the process. England, though, recently bringing up their 150 runs on the board now on 154. Still going at that 5 runs and over mark or so. Yeah, Chiefs Brumbies, I think, will be, well, to be honest, it's got to be the closer game out of the weekend. I don't see it going more one-sided than the Crusaders Blues. Joe Root, in fact, it's Harry Brook, advances down the wicket, hits it out through that extra cover region, and that will be another 4 runs here for England. And these two are a dangerous combo. They have to get these guys out early. And the problem is early's almost past, and now they're starting to find their feet. Harry Brook, he's always going to use his feet. When he gets the opportunity, that one stayed low, smacked it out deep through extra cover. Lofted as well. Just not allowing Boland to find that mark outside of the off stump without being punished. When he's too short, he's worked down to third man. When he's too full, he's hit down the ground out through cover. And he's gone short there. It's lobbed in the air. Oh, Travis Head, the chance to take a catch, and he's dropped it just. That was a good chance there to get Brook out, and that is one of those chances that Australia had to try and take. Harry Brook, big smile on his face there. Joe probably telling him to calm down about now, but how easy of a chance was this for Travis Head? He's normally a very good fielder, Travis Head. So it stays high. He's charging forward, and oh, it was in the hands, and then it just slipped out for Travis Head. See, if you froze it there, he had the catch, but then it just popped out with his fingers for him. Big chance, but unfortunately for him, not to be. And Brook could be the difference today, which is why that drop catch is so crucial and so monumental for the Australians. He had it in the hands. The thing is, it wasn't even the case of the elbows hitting the ground. Normally it's the elbow hits the ground and the ball bounces out of the hand. In this case, he had it, and then it just slipped through the fingers. Brumbies running the Chiefs close. Does mean good things for Australian rugby. Even better when Scotty moves on to the ABs next season from the Crusaders, where other teams can win Super Rugby, says Simi Souza. Scotty Boland, does he go short here? No, he pitches it up. It's off the outside edge. Well done from Cam Green, who is fielding at about a 3rd or 4th slip at the moment. Nice work from Boland to get back into that over after going for the early boundary. The chance to get Harry Brook did just pass. Doesn't give out too many of those chances either. And that one just, like they've said, normally in Australia, the edge that they just have would have carried to a first slip, but in English conditions, it's the half volley towards them. It's quite exciting. I've realised that once the Ashes is over and once the Rugby World Cup is almost over, that is when my cricket season, I believe, will be starting back up. I think I'm playing this year, from what I know. We'll be able to get the GoPro back out, get some footage of us batting, hopefully a few longer innings than we've had in recent times. Just about getting ourselves a start and pushing on, which is what these two are doing now. Harry Brook not wanting to be tied down at one end, wanting to get those runs ticking over. Pretty decent at it so far. Still on strike. Lyons, second ball. Slower arm ball there from Nathan Lyon, it would seem. Different way of releasing that one. Just watching it closely. Brook deciding that he should have probably gone out towards that point region again where he has been so successful in scoring. Played that one late as well. I hope the Brumbies win today, says Michael. It's an interesting game because the Brumbies, if they win it, home final is going to be for the Crusaders, which is going to be a very tough one. Whereas if the Chiefs win it, then the Crusaders, they will have to head north to FMG Stadium. And I think that's the best chance of a new side being crowned a Super Rugby champion. Although to say that, the Brumbies sometimes go pretty decently when they go head-to-head with the Crusaders, don't they? So it'll be a tricky one to predict, I'd say, but should be good fun. We've got that live stream schedule now. I should mention we're starting at 6:50 p.m. New Zealand time. I'm still really confused at what time I'm going to be going to bed tonight and what time I'm going to be waking up tomorrow. Because if I wake up early tomorrow, I guess I can probably get like a maybe 3 or 4 hour editing shift in before the rugby and the cricket starts, which could be quite handy just to try and get a little bit more ahead. Or advancing there again. Harry Brook changing the angle from Nathan Lyon now going over the wicket. Be a hell of a show against them. There's Michael Gray. Yeah, I mean, I just remember that game 33-35, wasn't it? In favour of the Crusaders. If Noel Alessio had kicked that last one, that would have been, I believe that was the first season of Super Rugby Trans-Tasman. And we got to see, yeah, Noel Alessio just missing that one out to the side. It's funny how you remember certain moments in rugby, isn't it? And then other moments you like completely forget. Like I can't remember 1 second of the All Blacks World Cup 2019, mainly because I was not really watching a huge amount of rugby at that stage. But the game up against England, the only thing I can remember of that game is Owen Farrell smirking at the haka. That's the only thing that comes to my brain. And also, I think Mara Toja was pretty good in that game, if I'm not wrong. Long time ago, mate, says Michael Gray. But yeah, the point of saying about that game is the fact that the Brumbies can push the Crusaders. Because, you know, if that was something like Crusaders versus, what's another example? I guess just to say Crusaders versus Reds, normally it is a little bit more in favour of the Crusaders, but the Brumbies are one of those sides that push New Zealand teams. I like proven by that result and also a couple of their other ones they've had throughout this year. Now it looks like Josh Hazelwood coming back into the bowling attack. He's had 1 wicket so far, 27 runs off him. The economy of 3.8, not actually too bad overall. I think one of the best that the Australian bowlers have had. Only 34 overs down and already 161 runs on the board. Most teams would have around maybe 90, 95, maybe even 100 if you're scoring at a fast rate at this stage. But instead, England have 161. They got what it takes, says Michael. Root on strike. Hazelwood's first delivery is on the money. It's straight on the stumps. Joe Root is right in behind him. I can already feel my voice starting to disappear, which is not ideal. But yeah, I'm not actually sure of the schedule tomorrow night. I know we're going to be doing some of the Ashes. I know we're going to be doing the Super Rugby semi-final. I said last week that I wanted to do the Curry Cup playoff games. They do overlap with the Ashes, so I'm not sure where we're going there. Oh, that was very poppy off the surface. It makes it very hard to tell as a batsman what ball to go after when occasionally you got that one that's just going to hang up, make it very awkward for you. Richie Mo'unga is still awesome. Says Roof there. He had a good game up against the Blues today. Put a momentum into that final taking place next week. They are just telling a couple of the ground staff to move, I think. A team full of Wallabies players, says Michael Gray. Well, the benefit that the Brumbies have got is their backline last week up against the Canes looked very good. Lena Katau in the midfield alongside Tamati Tua. Then you've got those guys on the outside like a Satsford, Muirhead as well. That one's pitched up too much from Hazelwood, almost stopped by Cummins, got a hand to it, but still races away to the boundary. And Root now moves up to 34. And Hamish, which batsman make the highest score for the Pommies, says Roof? I mean, Crawley got 61. I don't think that's going to be the highest, though. I feel like maybe, I mean, to be honest, Root's looking very strong. He hasn't really looked like he's made too many mistakes early, so I'll probably go Joe Root, putting himself in a good shot early on. A man of the match in the Ashes. Has Dad gone to sleep? He has, yes. He's going to be playing golf relatively early tomorrow, so he thought he'd better go and get some sleep beforehand. Yeah, I'm not too sure whether or not he is joining us for the Ashes first stream tomorrow or whether it will just be myself. You guys might get sick of me by the end of the Ashes. And the Chiefs step up and beat the Crusaders. It's a tough one. I almost said the tough one because I think a lot of people want to see the Crusaders dethroned, but they find it very hard to see a side dethroning them, if that makes sense. Like the Blues in this game, a lot of people going into it thought, yep, this is going to be a great chance for them to be able to get themselves the victory. But the problem was Crusaders just played the better game and they were well and truly above. So if it is the Chiefs, I hope that they do turn up and it is a good game. Because the Crusaders, they seem like they're peaking at the right time once again in another Super Rugby competition. It's 2 p.m. out here, says Kawasi. So, yeah, currently here we are 1:17 a.m. So, a little bit earlier for ourselves. This at one point was my lunchtime with the schedule that I had. I used to stay up till about 7 a.m. every morning doing the live streams and then also editing. Now I'm trying to get a little bit more of a New Zealand schedule during the week, but I think that that's just making me feel like I'm always jet lagged. It's misfeel from Travis here. When it's not your day, it's not your day. And he is unfortunately having a little bit of stick there from the crowd. Doors wide open for 2024 and onwards. May see the draw in Moana make the semis, says Blues Nate. In fact, that's a good point. It's not the point that you made, but I was talking about kits being on sale earlier on because of the end of the season. Have Moana Pacifica got their kits on sale? Mid-season sale. Wait, how is it mid-season if it's the end of the season? I've just realized that by me clicking on this screen, it now means that it's going to be very laggy. So I've actually moved it over to my main screen, and I think that actually helped. Maybe. Ollie Satsford from Hawke's Bay, no New Zealand teams picked him up, which seems crazy when you see how well he's been going recently. Yeah, so the sale is... Okay, so they have got the men's kit is on sale for $105 New Zealand rather than $150. Travis Head doing well fielding. It's always going to be someone who gets a bit of stick from the crowd, and unfortunately for Travis Head, it is him. Gave them a little bit of a tip of the hat. Partnership currently 47 off 51 balls. That was played late under the eye line. Nice shot there going into the deep. Cam Green fields it well. Throw in another 2 runs, almost up to the 50 here for England together. They're just showing the catch for Travis Head. He had it in his hands, and then the thumbs he almost had a thumb war with himself. And then the winner of that thumb war ended up knocking the ball out of the hands, stopping him from being able to catch it. Nathan Lyon. Oh, it was down the leg side, and Brook really tried to go after it. And where's the next wicket coming from? It's a tricky one. I want to say Hazelwood's bowling. I think it's going to be the most dangerous, and I think Brook might get overzealous, try and go for a little bit of a tricky. Oh, yeah, I'll go for some sort of shot that he shouldn't, and then that might be when Hazelwood gets himself the wicket. But yeah, it's a very tricky one to predict because at the moment these two look like they're just having a bit of a training net and they're just chilling, rotating the strike between the two of them and just having a great time while doing it. So yeah, it's a hard one to predict. Oh, sweep attempt there from Root. Ball just goes short of Steve Smith. Not sure what that big appeal was there from them. And the Blues were meant to drive last night's game home. Not sure if that type of game we needed going into super finale. Well, it certainly builds the confidence of the Crusaders. That is one thing for sure. But the other side of things a little bit is, have the Crusaders had their big games? It's always one that is the question mark, which is, have they just played their final? Maybe last week they were playing off because they had that loss the week before, so they were angry. But this one, did they play their final now? And they're not going to play as well next week? I don't think it's going to be the case, though. I think they're just going from strength to strength at the moment, the Crusaders. Away from home, though, could be a different story. Of course, perfect record. Orange Theory Stadium. 36 overs down. Nathan Lyon, he's been bowling about 9 or 10 overs on the trot, I believe. So surely at some stage soon they are going to be having him stop, but it doesn't seem like that is the case as of yet. Now Hazelwood or Brook wanted the quick single, didn't end up getting it. Notice that I can do things on this screen without it doing weirdness, which is good news because I can click on things, look up stats, and everything like that. But Root and Brook at the moment, it's a race between those two to see who can get to their 50 first. Brook has taken 31 balls to get 32 runs. Root has got 36 off 59, so a little bit slower. Their attack game is evolving again. Some of those nice crisp passes were very nice. Like that short ball to Will Jordan. It was on the inside. That was a fantastic one. And it's just one of those ones that it's always going to be tough for your opposition when, you're just consistently building, I guess you could say. I'm going to go like this. Hopefully. There we go. It's going to be work to the leg side now. Almost breaking through. Nice bit of work from Warner, though, to be able to cut that one off. And nice root. I'm rooting for Brook right now. I flog England, says Nate. And the pack says Michael and yep. It's just got this feel at the moment that Aussie can't let this slip away from them because if they don't pick up a wicket here soon, we're almost an hour into the second session and it's just been England batting and slowly building up this nice partnership. Hazelwood, side of off stump, left alone there again by the youngster Brook. A little bit of swing on that one. Looks like the weather's a little bit darker in the background. Maybe just the cloud cover at the moment. Don't want to see any rain, though, on day one. That is something that would be a little bit sad. When do they stop playing for day? At 6 p.m. So local time, I'm not too sure what local time is, but for us here in New Zealand, it's either 5 a.m. or 5:30 a.m. if they use up the extra 30 minutes. So there is still quite a long while left overall. Like they can still go for possibly another 4 and a bit hours from now, only like 4 hours, 5 minutes. We might see a maiden here from Josh Hazelwood. 5 dot balls in a row. First one of the innings, and we're up to the 37th over of this test match. 2 batsmen a set, they are. And it's going to be hard to break this partnership. Solid. And that is a maiden for Josh Hazelwood. That is something that Bazball, you almost don't even have those 2 words in the same test match. Bazball and maiden. But it's going to be very nicely done by Hazelwood. He is the player that I said could possibly get this breakthrough. I'm curious to know when they're going to give Cam Green a bowl, because I know that they have been consistently sticking with Nathan Lyon from one end. I feel like now's probably close to the time to do it. You've now got both batsmen hitting a few dot balls against Josh Hazelwood, I should say. Just looking at the rest of that batting lineup, though, you've still got Stokes, Bairstow, and Ali that you have to try and get out. And Robinson can even bat a little bit further down the line. He will be batting 10. Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson, the 2 key bowlers for this Ashes series. Will also be there. Looks like Nathan Lyon is still going to be continuing his spell. George Smith, George Gregan, Sterling Mortlock, and that other good-looking guy at 15. There's Ruth. To the leg side. Single taken by Joe Root. Fielded by Head, still getting the jeers from the crowd. He'll be getting sick of that by the end of the Ashes series, I would think. Unfortunately, you don't want to have that misfield on day one, or else it makes it a very long day for you. Okay, so they're saying that Nathan Lyon, he's looking for LBWs. Oh, it's bowling. That is an unorthodox way of taking the Brook wicket, but he's going to be dismissed. He ended up getting a bit of bat on it. Alex Carey looking for the catch, couldn't find it, and that is because that ball was well and truly above his head, and it ended up falling down onto the stumps. I mean, you need some luck every once in a while. It's gone off the leg. Alex Carey was looking round for it, couldn't find it. It spun back and bowled the man. Might have even clipped the leg of Brook. That is a massive wicket for Nathan Lyon. And I mean, I was wrong. I guess I did say that. I thought that they might end up taking him away, going with Cam Green instead. But it's worked out, Harry Brook. Very unfortunate with the way that he's been bowled there. But it is the massive wicket for the Aussies. 175 for 4 now. And Ben Stokes makes his way to the crease. And damn good bowling. There's Blues Nate. Yeah, I guess that's a tactic. Try and get him to hit it with his thigh pad so it spins back onto the stumps. I don't think I've seen a ball go that high to then hit the stumps either. Like that was actually a good, probably 4 meters off the ground or so before it ended up coming down. And who's managing sixes so far? We haven't seen any sixes throughout this one, but if anyone knows how to hit a six, it is the man who is just making his way to the crease now, Ben Stokes, the skipper of this English side. 50 minutes into the second session of Mr. Root, holding it down 10 out of 10. Here's Nate. A few revolutions on that one for Nathan Lyon. Already, we have Marnus Labuschagne chatting away with Ben Stokes. Trying to get in his head early. And we should mention Ben Stokes, left-handed batsman. Best score was actually in South Africa in 2016, 258 runs, but he's got an average of just under 36. Managed to get himself 28 50s. What Brook was just short of, and Root is slowly working his way towards that one. Right. They have got a cover in place, kind of a short cover here, a mid-on, a man on the leg side. That is Marnus Labuschagne. They seem to be giving him the easy single on the leg side, though, if he wants it here, Ben Stokes. Now Lyon, first ball to Ben Stokes. Got to be on the money. Oh, and it is. He ended up missing that one, Stokes. He could have been getting straight back to the changing sheds. Brook, 32 off 37. And that was the pressure that the maiden created. Just that little bit more urgency to try and hit that ball way to a gap. Stoke on strike again. That one nicely under the ice. Now, all of a sudden, it's gone from England are building a big partnership here. England need to try and recreate that last partnership and get Stokes in. Because once he starts rolling, he's a very hard man to stop scoring, which is why Nathan Lyon needs to try and get him out here early. He's gone for the reverse sweep early, Ben Stokes, on the third ball of his test innings, first match of the Ashes, and he's gone for the reverse sweep. Goes through the legs of him. That almost came through and bowled him, Ben Stokes. Like they've said, a few dot balls and the baseball tactic of trying to score runs starts to get more and more aggressive. He hasn't attempted it that time, but it's worked to the leg side. They'll get the single to close out the over, and it'll be 176 for 4. A very good over from Nathan Lyon. One run off it, and also the wicket coming. Average, what you feeling about the Crusaders going to win the final? It's going to be very hard to beat them because we have seen them already doing extremely well. I said that went 4 meters in the air. That might have actually gone even closer to maybe about 6 meters. Had the backspin on it, and the Aussies were celebrating big time. Oh no, that's probably 4 meters. I got a bit excited from the other angle. It looked higher. And Nathan Lyon, one of the more unique wickets he's probably picked up throughout his test career. And hey, where's everyone in the chat from? Around New Zealand. There's Michael Gray, although I'm not too sure how many Kiwis have we still got up watching, out of curiosity. I assume we've got a few Australians. Also, a couple of people maybe from the Northern Hemisphere, but do let me know whereabouts you guys are watching from. That one for Harry Brook. Didn't have the luck in his favour. Yeah, but luckily for Travis Head, him dropping that catch when he was on 25 didn't hugely cost the side. Yes, he got a few extra runs since then. And they get over the Blues loss. There's Ruth. And also Christchurch. There's Michael Gray. I was up in Christchurch a couple of weeks ago. We actually went up for the weekend. There's the one before, the week before the quarterfinals, we actually went up. I'll keep quiet now. I spoke too soon about Brooks, says Scotty. Although, to be fair, pretty unlucky for him to get dismissed the way that he did. Like, I don't think, like, if that wicket hadn't happened, I feel like he would have done very well, to be honest. Like, it was just a bit of unluckiness for him, sadly. Stokes at the crease. Next man to the middle would be Johnny Bairstow. If we see another wicket, and then also Moeen Ali, the next man out there. And if they can get him out to the crease for the end of this session, they'll be looking very decent. And Cheers will turn it up. No, but I can't write off Ollie Brumby Satsford. Could damage, says Blues Nate. Geez, what happened? Like what? Or just like that? Wicket, great bowling, says Ruth. Very well bowled by the Aussies. They've got tactics at the moment, and there's a lot more dot balls coming for Australia. It's as if they've now started finding a bit of a rhythm, and they know that they have to keep it tight. They can't afford to allow the English batsmen to have any freebies, because as soon as you give them freebies, you end up just giving them easy runs. You can't really afford to give away. Definitely not when they're at 176. One or two more quick wickets here, though. Like I mentioned earlier on, all of a sudden, England start to look like maybe about a 300, 320 bowled out could be on the card. So they have to make sure that these two start. Oh, was that an edge from Ben Stokes? It was. And Ben Stokes gone 1 run off 7 deliveries. I think I've hit that. Did you hear it? Is what Ben Stokes has just said to Joe Root. Joe Root saying, I didn't hear it. Joe's, yep, they're going to go upstairs. They're going to check this one. Do you ever sleep, says Big Baby? It doesn't feel that way, does it? During the week, I get a little bit of sleep. Damn, this is a big chance here. If this is Ben Stokes gone 1 off only 7 balls, then you all of a sudden get Bairstow out there. He just drove at the wrong ball, and that is the pressure that Australia is starting to create. There's a noise. There's a thick noise. I think Ben Stokes is going back to the changing sheds. The problem that they've got now, though, is they want to score runs, and they can't because they keep on having dot balls. So they're trying to force the opportunity, which is what Stokes did there. He played at the wrong ball. You see England scoring 300 runs from this stage. that wicket changes a lot, but I would like to think still that they have got the potential of being able to do so. Sorry, I just lost feeling in one of my ribs from slouching. And those Aussie bowlers smell English blood in the water, getting tough. Says Roof, yeah, and massive wicket for the Aussies. They're just waiting for the snicko. There's going to be a big noise here. In 3, 2, there it is. They've found the frame. It's the outside edge from Ben Stokes, and he is gone. So that uses up a review as well for the English, and now they find themselves 176 for 5. Captain Stokes, he'll be disappointed. And 2 more wickets. I think they mentioned that Marius Erasmus, it was the quickest they've ever seen him get his finger up for one. 8 balls faced, another wicket. England now 5 down halfway through the Aussies. And I mean, I said Hazelwood would get the next wicket, but that was unfortunately before Nathan Lyon got one. So I was slightly wrong, but I wasn't completely off either. Now Johnny Bairstow. If anyone knows about gritting and grinding their way towards a top score, it is this man. He has fought hard in past series. I still remember the one how he was pretty much completely injured and still managed to go out there and get some decent runs on the board. 2 more wickets before 180. Damn, says Blues Nate. And this is the first time Bazball has been challenged after they literally countered New Zealand, Pakistan, and India bowling attacks, says Coding. And we have to admit, at times throughout this inning so far, Australia have looked under pressure, but it just seems to be ever since coming back from that lunch break, after the first maybe 30 or so minutes, the combination of Hazelwood and Lyon has started finding success. And that is because Hazelwood, my dad always says it as well. You guys heard him say it earlier on the live stream. Every time that Hazelwood hits that line in length and he doesn't stray away from it too often at all, and that makes the pressure build for the batsman. Monty, mate. Now, well, you still had a good wicket for Australia, massive wicket, and could be a very crucial one. And 1 more wicket, I will go to bed, says Scotty. And also, we've got the out with the George and Hamish emojis. Geez, and another wicket like that, whoosh, says Ruth. What I should quickly do while I am at it, ladies and gentlemen, is grab this one, put this here. Hopefully, putting that over there doesn't glitch anything. Doesn't look like it does. We're going to quickly go, hopefully, before the next ball is bowled. We're going to go, who was the first? It was Duckett. Duckett, who got 12 off 10. And we had the next wicket of Hope, who had 31 off 44. I just remembered that I normally have this going along the bottom, you see, so I better get that going. Then it was Crawley, himself 61 off 73. Then it was Harry Brook at 32 off 37. And then it was Stokes, most recently, the massive wicket of Ben Stokes, who got himself 1 off 8 deliveries. Put it on, scroll across the bottom, we'll add that. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the wickets that have fallen so far. Japan is over and out. There's Scotty there. That was Harry Brook. It looks so good for his 32. He did. He just got very unlucky there with the way that it did end up landing on the stumps. They're falling like dominoes. Shane Bowler's a lethal weapon at the moment. And I was Harry Brook. Oh, no, I read that one, didn't I? And 250, they are lucky for mine, says Michael Gray. See, that wicket for me, it definitely makes me concerned, because if Root then feels the pressure to start going after it at some stage soon, like I would say still I'm feeling a 300, because I want to say that these two might create a bit of a partnership. My prediction is Bairstow goes out on 14. See if that's correct or not. If the keeper caught that, would it have been out? Depends, because I know that it hit his thigh pad, so I don't know whether or not he actually got any bat on it. But yeah, with it hitting the thigh pad, I assume it would have been not out, but yeah, just rolled back on. Now Bairstow first ball face it. Oh, that's close. That's close. I'm giving it. Marius Erasmus doesn't give it out. That's got to be close, and Aussie still have 3 reviews. I'm doing that. I'm going upstairs. I liked it, Mr. Pat Cummins. See if Steve Smith lets you. They're going upstairs. They do, just in time. right? This is going to be interesting because if Bairstow's gone now, then this is a whole different ball game for this session, and it is definitely one. What Steve Smith's gone over saying, I didn't say that we could review, mister. And Leon, Lion, sorry, is doing okay there, thanks. And plow through them, says Michael, and Ashwin versus Lion, which is modern great off spinner, according to you. I think they're both. Oh, okay. So it's hits Bairstow above the knee roll. There's no bat involved. The chance of it going down leg side is a possibility. But yeah, I feel like they're two different bowlers coding in terms of the way that they play. There's no bat involved. It's going to be two reds. Oh, just over the top and missing. So that means that the reviewers lost for the Australians, both sides now having two reviews left. It was a little bit close. So you can understand why the Aussies did decide to have the review of it early, but Bairstow will remain at the crease. And has Boland got a wicket? He has. He got himself the one wicket earlier on. And that was the wicket of Crawley. Did he get Crawley in the end? I'll have a quick look. I know that he got one, though. Who did he get? Yeah, he got Crawley. A caught by Alex Carey. It was a weird one, but it hit his thumb and bounced it backwards pretty much. Now Bairstow gets himself off the mark. It's just the one. That'll be the end of the over. 39 overs down now, 177 for 5. And it's going to be some Captain Fantastic to pull this up. The thing that Australia have in one of their benefits is, geez, that jagged off the seam for Hazelwood there. Labuschagne liked it. He likes pretty much everything. They're on the cricket field, but yeah, I think the benefit that they've got, I forgot what I was saying. Labuschagne's big celebration completely put me off. Root was very happy about it though. Well, 2 down since lunch for not too many runs. Australia slightly on top at the moment. Would you agree? I would. I think that the start that they've had here, getting Stokes out for only the 1 run is massive for them in the overall scheme of the match. And Aussie bowlers on. Bairstow warm that bat up, flog it. Says Blues now. Oh, what I was going to say is the fact that Nathan Lyon won't mind bowling 50 overs in a row if he has to. He is pretty well prepared to have some big, long spells. Bairstow's playing after a long time. He's had a few injury troubles, Johnny Bairstow. It is great to have him back. And worth a look, says Michael Gray. Yeah, you might as well. At the end of the day, he's a big player, Bairstow, and every Aussie captain has some kind of ICC trophy except Steve Smith. He's coding there. There you go. It's a stat and a half, isn't it? Bairstow plays that one nicely of Nathan Lyon, who I don't see getting taken out of this bowling attack. And some people, I know that there'll be people who are like, oh, it's quite a negative mindset to have a spinner bowl for like a session and a half. But if it's effective, he's not going for a huge amount of runs. He's tying them down at one end, which is then, that's going to be a misfield though. So that will be another run. Or Johnny Bairstow, just the one taken. Could be sus, says Nate. Is Bairstow a Kiwi, says Hanoi? No, I don't think so. I think Ben Stokes is kind of Kiwi. I think he's the one that they normally try and claim over here, but not Bairstow that I know of. Unless, was Bairstow's mother from New Zealand? Is that correct? That could be maybe something. Oh, arm ball there from Nathan Lyon. Keeping low and give me Ricky Ponting any day. There's Ruth. I mentioned at the start of the session about trying to get Moeen Ali, Bairstow and Stokes all at the crease by the end of the session. We've got 2 out of the 3 at the moment. Moeen Ali, the last man to go out there, and if Joe Root or Bairstow's dismissed, we will be seeing Ali in a very short moment. We've got another 55 minutes remaining of this session, though, so they can certainly still tick over some runs. So they're talking about Bairstow having that golf injury, unfortunately, for him. 2 off 5 for Bairstow, getting off to a slowish start, but I feel like him and Root, with the experience that they've got between them, they now know this is the time to kind of knuckle down, slow it down a little bit, and just get a big partnership going. Not so much worry about that Baz ball, and more just worry about keeping it ticking over nicely. Johnny Bairstow has Scottish descent. There's Roof there. Here we can hear that edge of Ben Stokes. Marius Erasmus puts the finger up and back, says Amelia. Welcome back. It's a bit of an edge. And the Warren Misery or mini series has been advertised on the adverts here in Oz. Looks a bit loose, says Hanoi. See, that's one thing that we don't really get over here because of being on Spark Sport. They don't have a huge amount of ads, I don't believe. Normally, it just stays on the coverage the whole time that I can think of anyway. I don't think I've seen any ads during that 40-minute break. I think it was all interviews and whatnot. Over there, Amelia says Ruth. Biesto. And Root, these two have had quite a few good partnerships in the past. He's going to work it down the middle of the field, testing out that ankle. So he's done all right. He's like a Jack Russell when he gets run in between the wickets, or a bulldog, I guess, for Biesto, and that's good. No ads, says Inouye. Although I believe for the second, or it might be the third Ashes Test match, they're actually switching over to a new broadcaster over here in New Zealand. So it's going to get a little bit confusing about where we can actually watch it. But yeah, I believe the new broadcast is also going to be the free to air. So that's probably ads, actually. Now that I think about it, I was going to say, I think the new one's going to be ad free, but that will not be the case. I'll probably shove 50 ads in. It's going to be nicely worked to the leg side by Joe Root. Close to the boundary. Kawaja is not going to get to it. Now Root moves up into the 40. Tamish, am I allowed to send you the picture of me and the therapy dogs? Says Amelia. Yeah, that's no worries. I think the only dog that I've been around recently is George's dog. And she's quite the little character. He's a Scotty 2D hottie in Dunedin, Scotland. Still sus there, says Nate. Babysitting isn't easy, Amelia. Good. There's Ruth. It's a nice shot from Joe Root. Just let the ball come to him. I'll be honest, watching this Ashes series makes me wish I had cricket tomorrow, but sadly that's not how it works here in New Zealand. That is another good shot there from Joe Root. Held it in the deep by Nathan Lyon. Gets a bit of a boo there from the crowd because he was able to stop it. Cool, I just wanted to make sure first. Says Amelia, and do you agree with Tony earlier? Saturday's dominance is finding is kind of bad for New Zealand rugby. I would agree with them there. It's one of those ones that it's great for Crusaders supporters because it's like, yeah, we're always winning, we're doing well. But you can understand why, to a certain level, it gets to that stage of, are we still going to watch this? Because we know that Crusaders are going to win the comp. So, like, yeah, I'm curious about next year. There's a piece of me that would like to see a new champion this year just to add more hype for next year when Scott Robinson is away. Calm down, Darren. There's Nate. Where's Darren? I don't know whether there was a Darren that came through. Unless there was a Darren that didn't come through for me, perhaps. Could be the case. We eat Aucklanders for breakfast in Dunedin. Says Fluffy. Now, 2 balls remaining here. And the Hazelwood over. I would like to think he'd extend his... And no Darren here says Nate. And also, they seem to eat the Blues in Christchurch too. Says Ruben, I sent you the picture. The one that's sitting on my lap is Pogo, and the one with me, the Man United shirt, is Skip. Says Amelia K. Now, I will have a look at it during the next break, only because every time I try and open a new tab on my PC at the moment on that other screen, which is where Discord pops up, it lags badly, and I'm worried it's going to eventually go boom. So I'll have to have a look at it during that next break. Unless, how much is my phone on? She's on 13%. We might be all right. One moment. We will go here. We will go here. I use my phone like an old man sometimes. I do realize this. So Pogo is upside down, chilling. And the other one with the Man United. Is that Man United? Is it? Oh, no, you weren't wearing Man United, never mind. Is Skip. Let's see. Weebit kids are Auckland kids. And the Blues Tonight channel of the New South Wales Blues Spirit 2 weeks ago, says Inouye. I was fair enough, says Amelia. And I'm a Cocoa Pops kid from Cape Town. Is it Android or iPhone? I have got an iPhone, but it's an old school one. It's an iPhone 6S. So the screen's really glitched. All up the side is pretty much ruined. And I was like, Hamish, I'm here for you, mate, but I'm on the pitch. That is a dangerous combination, Gareth, and you know that. Have the other boys in the Discord been treating you well? Oh, they're trying to move someone. Are they moving? Are they moving? Oh, Joe Root wants them to close the doors up on top. Right. Sometimes I wonder whether or not that's just a little bit too far above. I use a Mate 20 Pro. Mate 20 Pro. Okay. And I like to see the Brumbies take it off us. If anyone says Michael Gray, same as my 2017 model, says Hanoi. Yeah, so it's getting pretty old. That's the problem. I should mention Cameron Green now having a bowl, but yeah, the slight problem that we've got is if the PC blows and the phone gives out at the same time, the budget does not extend to both. In fact, it hardly extends to one. So it's going to be hopefully a management of being able to use this one while it works, while that gets maybe fixed, and then switching it. I need a Colonel Burger. They are quite nice, although the Bacon Lovers Stacker here in New Zealand is fantastic, Gareth. I would highly recommend that if you've got it over there. Sorry. OT, love you, Mish, says Gareth. How pissed are you, Gareth, out of curiosity? How much drinking you been doing today? What's the time in New Zealand, folks? It's 3:52 p.m. afternoon here in Cape Town. So it's currently 1:52 a.m. here in New Zealand. So this session goes for another 50 minutes or so. Met Pogo about a few weeks back. She recognised my scent. She started getting all excited, and hence why she was sitting on my lap. Other workers wanted to take a picture, so they did. There's Amelia. Route 6 away from the half century. Solid in behind it. Cam Green banging it into the turf at the moment. I think the English, I need a Whopper burger from Burger King. Just saw the NRL result. Cowboys got it. Damn. Says no. Oh, did the Cowboys beat the Panthers? That's quite an upset, isn't it? Seriously, how's the power situation in South Africa, Roof? Says Fluffy. She went to see Darren. Says Blues and that. Karen. Karen and Darren. What is the male name for a Karen? I can't remember it. There's like one, isn't there? It's not a Chad. That's another term. Yeah, golden points, says Hanoi. Damn. Would have been a good game. Season wasn't there because of an infection this week, and Tango is having a little break. Says Amelia. Got 5 off 9. Johnny Bairstow, 10 matches, 19 innings. In 2022, 66.31 as his average. And now it's bizarre. It's damn annoying. And business is suffering, dude. It sucks. Kevin says annoying in there. I had a triple cheeseburger, super stunner for dinner, and a Copper's non-alcoholic beer as well. Says Amelia K. Karen's for blokes is a Darren. Says Blues Neck. I think I knew one Darren. I think he did drugs. Might be the only Darren I knew. This was a Darren I knew when I was like 10 as well. So Darren was like 12 on the wrong path. Green, final ball of his over. Joe Root trying to chase after him, and they are trying to get extra runs on the board now. And then you can see that slowed down run rate starting to frustrate them a little bit. And even though like their run rate's still a very good one, like any other side would be like, yep, we're doing well. But England seem to be always trying to push that level. You can go and get out and come to New Zealand or Oz, says Fluffy. To be honest, triple cheeseburgers really hit different when recovering from hangovers. But I guess the only thing that comes good out of my mum banning me from alcohol till off the meds means there's no hangovers, says Amelia. Well, that's the thing. When me and George went out in Christchurch, like, I think, who was it? Tori tried about, well, no. Daniel's girlfriend tried about 3 cocktails at one of the places that we went for dinner, and she was pretty much completely buggered by the end of that. We still somehow went bowling, though, with a big group of us, but yeah. I've noticed that like people have their certain things they crave when they are slightly tipsy. Like for Gareth, he wants a Colonel burger earlier on. She wanted a bag of M&Ms. So we ordered them from Uber Eats, but they did the peanut M&Ms and she didn't like those. That's a nice cut shot from Johnny Bairstow. So we then had to go and get a Kit Kat from the night and day as well. And then Daniel's was a Powerade, some electrolytes going. I'm just a water bloke. Like we found that there was nowhere to get water in Christchurch when we were out and about, like everywhere. It just squirted in me eye. Like we got to the hotel, they had like no drinks or anything, so we just ended up Uber Eatsing water. Went to the leg side. Thank you, Nate. I moved it while I was drinking. Very sneaky. And also, we have got there, stay mad, my guy. Don't let my horns poke you, piece, says Nate. And I remember the morning after Bledisloe won, and 1 litre Powerade was like my best friend because of how tired I was. Does Macca's give free water in New Zealand? Nah, I think it's like $3 for a water or something like that. I think it's a fair bit. Or it might be $2, something like that for the plastic bottle. Cummins now, oh, that's a peach. That's done a little bit off the surface there. Bairstow just walking down, looking at that crack, working out what exactly it's done. He's going to have a bit of a chat with Joe Root there in the middle. I'm on hot chocolate at the moment. No alcoholic beverages. Alkaline beverages are much better for people without booze, says Ruth. So does Macca's give free water in Aussie Hanoi? And also, is that KFC Colonel Burger? It is. So me and George, we actually went down south yesterday, and we did end up going to KFC, I will admit. But then we were down south because we were picking up something for a future video. A little bit secretive, but it's going to be interesting. It's not rugby related, so don't know how it's going to turn out, but yeah, we had to go pick something up. Almost, it went all right. It was a bit dark. Whose crack is Bairstow looking at? Says far, eh? Does he normally look at people's cracks? And who's the next wicket coming? I think it will be Bairstow on 14. That was my prediction from earlier on. So that still gives them a little bit of time. And yet, but not the proper bottled water, just in a cup. I mean, they'd probably give you a cup of water if you asked. But yeah, bottled water you do have to pay like too much for, I think. 350 plus is a good score, says Janeth. That's the thing. I think at the start, England, we were talking about it and we were looking for 450 or somewhere around there. And now that we're getting a few more wickets falling, I feel like it's just a little bit of something. Like a partnership here that could really change the way that England go. And also, do you feel let down in life for not being English? Not at all. You guys pay taxes on everything. You guys walk to the shop and have to pay tax on it. So, like, I'm pretty happy being a Kiwi. Down south, we pay a fair amount of tax as well. Get taxed like 4 times for doing YouTube, but it ain't all bad. Kind of warm here at times. Hamish, do you know what HSP is? HSP. Hamish's small pet. No. Couldn't tell you. Handicap. No. I'm thinking of golf. But it's not. I'm taking a little man to the movies tomorrow. He's finally trying his first HSP tomorrow. Going to the movies. He's trying his first head halal snack pack. Okay, I wouldn't have guessed that. In a million years, I don't think I was getting halal snack pack. I don't even know what that is. I assume, I mean, it's a snack version of halal, I guess. What else comes in a halal snack pack? Like a juice box? Oh, that's gone over the top of the slip. Caught him. Brilliant shot from Joe Root. He moves up to 49 now. How's Aussie bowling according to the pitch? I mean, outside of off stump, they have been punished a little bit at times, but then when they get it in that right spot, they can certainly be dangerous. So, I mean, that one kind of propelled off the surface. Joe Root gritted the teeth there, trying to get that away over the slip cordon. It's like chips, meat sauces, and a bit of cheese. Nice. Okay. I feel like we had a kebab shop here for about 2 weeks. Well, no, it was probably a little bit longer. That was because we're in a small town, so they were like, "Nah, we don't really want to fire it up." That is Joe Root's 50 as well, I should mention. 50 off 74 deliveries, his 59th test match, half century. But yeah, there was a kebab shop that we got like kebab, or like chicken and chips and whatnot from. Chicken kebab and chips, I should say, and then it shut down because like there weren't enough people in the town doing the chant for Joe Root at the moment. Very popular man in England, and a pop-up kebab shop. It almost was like there's a roast place at the moment in town, but I don't know how long that's lasting because if it's anything like the kebabs, you better get them while it's hot because when it's not hot, it's gone. Unfortunately, isn't that loaded fries? Sounds a little bit like it, except like loaded maybe with other meats other than bacon. Because we have like loaded fries in the near vicinity of like 40 minutes or something. I think you can get some loaded fries somewhere. You can hardly even go out for breakfast here. Like we don't have a Macca's drive-through or anything. It's if you want to go to Macca's, you got to drive 30 minutes. Our New Zealand series, Williamson news. News is Williamson's still not going to be back for the ODI World Cup, but maybe the series after. Maybe all right, but it's a bit of a shame that he is out. Still, Kane Williamson. Australia will be happier so far. Says far. Yeah, I mean, 5 wickets down to have the Aussies in this. I don't know if I want to call it a box seat because they've got a set route at the crease. If they can get rid of Joe Root, they'll be over the moon. I mentioned about it at the start of the session. If they can see Mo and Ali at the crease by the end of the session, they've done something right. Even better if you can see Stuart Broad. Shot from Bairstow, front foot punch, walks his way down the middle with an angry look on his face like he's just broken his ankle playing golf again. How do you even do that? It's going to be 10 runs now for Bairstow off 17 deliveries. Shot though from Bairstow. A bit too full from Cam Green. Almost a half volley there. Bairstow reaping the rewards. You see there, he gave Joe Root the fist bump, and he pretty much punched Joe Root's hand. Joe Root actually kind of took his hand back and went, "Ow, why'd you hit it so hard?" He's fired up beyond belief at the moment, Bairstow. I think he's just happy to be back out there. Really feeling the momentum. England 400 score today, Bairstow fire. A fiery red-head old Bairstow says far. So at the end of this session, I think I said they'd be on 315. Sorry, 215 at the end of the session, which I think I'm going to be quite far under because they've still got 34 minutes remaining. So unless something drastic happens, my 215, 220 is not looking great. Well fielded there. I think it was David Warner. First time we've seen that man almost with ball in hand throughout this matchup. But yeah, I would say anything under 340 for the day, Aussie will be like, okay, we've kept them relatively where we want them in terms of that run rate. Never wrong at Ginger, that is true. And Bairstow looking comfy reaches 20 runs. Says Nate there. I'm gonna be harsh and I'm gonna stick with my 14. Although I do feel that from what we've seen already, he is batting a lot better than someone who's getting 14. He's batting like a man who's just come back from a big injury and has gone, I want 100 because I want to pick up from where I left off. He was averaging 61 last year and had 1,000 runs throughout the 2022 season. So he's come to play. Going to be wicket keeping as well. Still to come in the bowling, in the batting department. Mo and Ali, Stuart Broad, Ollie Robinson, and also Jimmy Anderson. Bairstow now on 11. That's the spirit, says Blues Nate. I tell you what's funny. Skip likes belly rubs and Pogo isn't the biggest fan of them, says Amelia. I guess that's like people, isn't it, in a way? Like some people I was going to use the example of like some people like tomatoes and others don't, but then I thought that that might not be the best example because you don't eat a belly rub. So I guess it's like some people like being tickled and others don't. Perhaps the best comparison. Pat Cummins there, cutting it back in towards Bairstow. Off the seam, England all out for 285 today, says Dion. Oh, okay. So are you saying Root or Bairstow to go first, Dion? Do let me know. Because that's the thing. If they lose Root, that is the stability option for them kind of gone. Like Bairstow's still very strong. Root's still shaking his hand. Imagine if Bairstow broke his hand or broke Joe Root's hand, that is, by giving him the fist bump. I could do with a belly rub, says Fluffy. I can safely say I don't think I've ever received a belly rub that I know of. Now, Pat Cummins again outside of off stump, cut away by Bairstow. Will just be the one out to Travis Head. Looks like there's a plane flying over the top of Edgebaston. This one, like Skip will constantly or consistently give singles or signals for belly rubs to the point where she is almost nagging, says Amelia. Cummins hasn't picked up a wicket yet, which is a little bit surprising because normally he's one of the top bowlers for the Aussies. But I think ever since that first cover drive of Crawley, it's just been, he's been hesitant to put it outside off stump. Oh, short ball there. Interesting, but it does go way down leg. I would have broken Conway's hand. Yeah, he got away with a bloody punch in the bat, didn't he, Conway, and ended up breaking his, which is such a silly way to break it because he missed quite a bit of cricket due to that. And old mate, Duranga, rushing blood nuts or gingerbread. I don't think I've ever heard someone with orange hair being nicknamed rushing blood nuts. But it's certainly a nickname, isn't it? Right. Here we go now. Joe Root on strike again. Oh, almost chipping that one onto his stumps in similar fashion to what we saw for Harry Brook, who did end up having it hit his thigh pad, going up in the air and then going back onto the stumps. I'm going to get him back. There's Amelia there. Root's been stuck on 50 for a little bit, about an over and a half. Moeen Ali walking around. He's got 2 ton in his hands. Of course, the bat brand. And played rugby with a bloke who punched the brick wall coming out of the changing rooms for kickoff. Broke heaps of bones in his hands. Was our best forward too, says Fluffy. Oh, yeah, I can understand why Joe Root's not happy. There is a guy, security guard, walking straight across. Didn't realise he wasn't allowed to. Now going back across. Didn't realise he wasn't supposed to walk in front of the sight screen. Is Skip a horse, says Far, or a kangaroo? The last ball of the over. That's plum. That might be out. I liked it. Oh. Right, the only thing that this isn't is leg side. Unless he's hit it, because I thought that looked pretty good. He's saying down leg, Pat Cummins. I thought it was nice, but I'm not an umpire, as you guys can tell. He was a therapy dog at the mental health place I go to. Says Amelia, wait, who's a random onto pitch? Nah, he was walking in front of the sight screen. What does this ball do off the surface? Oh, yeah, nah, height. It was a little bit higher than I thought. And also, that's not ideal for the hands, says Hanoi. I mean, the worst, like, I haven't had too many hand injuries, luckily. Or injuries in general, but the worst one I've had was actually during a cricket game. And I went to catch the ball, dropped it, and then bent my finger back like that on the ground, snapped it the wrong way. It was going over the top. I said that height wasn't an issue. That's why I'm not an umpire. But yeah, I bent it back, and sadly, it was in the first of 2 T20s. And we were bowling first. So I didn't get to bat in either of those matchups because I couldn't bend my finger. That was actually not too long ago. You guys saw me on the live stream, and I kept on complaining about it, of course, as you do. I tell you what, I'm not looking forward to 5 a.m. wake-up calls again. Says Amelia, just got to make sure you go to bed that little bit earlier. Like, for some reason, adults sometimes are like, oh, I don't want to go to bed before like 9 p.m. because then it's like, it seems too early. But if you can get to sleep during that earlier stage, boy, can it benefit you. Duck there. from Johnny Bairstow, who's currently sitting on 12, 2 away from when I said he would be going out. And I was like, that's the worst, and they take ages to heal, says Hanoi. I mean, I know for this one, it is a no ball from Cam Green. Like, this one took a good 2 months, I would say, until I could, like, actually properly, like, use it without, like, it being painful. So now that it's come right, it's good. Hopefully I don't have that at the start of the next season, or else I would be very annoyed. Cannot wait for SmackDown tomorrow because Simply the Bloodline Saga is wrestling cinema, says Amelia. It will be 5 a.m. soon, says Far. Yes, so hang in there. That was close to his off stump. Tell you what, if we are correct with if I am correct with 14, I feel like I need to come up with a reward for myself, which sounds more sexual than it should, because it's a good reward of not that caliber. And Roman will finally lose the title to Jey Uso at SummerSlam. Well, today, there's Amelia there. On at the bat, sliding down leg. We're actually theoretically only halfway through our overs for the day, and we're a bit behind, so they should hopefully be able to use that last 30 minutes to their advantage. Short ball, Bairstow smacks it away. Oh, well fielded. He's going to get 2 runs there, Bairstow. Right. He's now on 14. If he goes out now, I should take up a job as what is it called? What's the person who predicts the future? A psychic. I should become a psychic if he goes out on 14. Hang on, that says he's on 18. What's happened there? Has he just hit a boundary? Yes, he has. Never mind, I'm not a psychic. It was a bit sad because they hadn't updated the ball, so I thought that maybe it was just a glitch, that I was a bit off, but no, he didn't stay on 14 very long. David Warner has a red hit too, says Ruth. Cam Green just not quite getting his line right at the moment. 25 minutes remaining of this session, ladies and gentlemen. There is that 20-minute break. And then the final session can go for 2.5 hours. I still haven't worked out whether or not I am doing the last session yet. It seems like it hasn't glitched too badly at the moment. And the Blues never had a front foot spring from the get-go. Surely their playmaker is at fault, mate, says Michael. Lucky Hamish almost caught it, says Blues Nate. Yeah, the Blues just couldn't get anything going. It was actually once Finley Christie went off the field, I actually felt they started playing better. So that's possibly something to look at for the selectors. Root first to go on 69, says Dion. Okay, so he's still got a little bit of time to go before he gets there. Scotty Boland still shining the ball frantically. They do get a new one in 34 overs time. 109 on the board already. Don't you feel let down not being an Aussie? Says Andrew. Nah, they can have their snakes and their spiders. Not a fan of either of the two, to be honest. Snakes and spiders, that is, not Aussies. Like, I don't mind where I am in the world. Like, we're off to the side, down in the bottom corner. Not a lot happens. Like, the most action we normally have in our town is like someone might run a giveaway sign a little bit too quick, and everyone's like, oh no, that's not good. But nah, it's all right. I quite enjoy watching them from a non-biased point of view, being able to see it from both sides and just enjoy it for the cricket. I feel like that wasn't the answer you were wanting, Andrew. I will ask, though, you've asked about the English and the Aussie side of things. Which one do you fall under? Are you from England or are you from Australia? Do let me know. I'm a head off. I'm at the hay for now. See you later. Have a good one, Hamish. You too, Amelia. One stupid loss of concentration and it's over. Grip that bat, Bearstow. Rooting for Root. I'm married to one. It's the closest I want to be to Australian things. There's Fluffy. Pat Cummins. This is his 10th over. Be bowling. Worked at the leg side nicely from Joe Root down to the man at deep fine leg. Scotty Boland. Now sling it into Alex Carey. A Rebels front row setup. Far better than the Blues front row packs all year. I never had it in the, or I never had it in the Blues. Yeah, I feel like their front row really let them down. Ricky Riccatelli, we didn't really see. Off with Tuanga Fasi and Nipple Olala, I thought were beyond poor in that matchup, and it just hurt them badly. Bowden Barrett, mate, I like he used to be, says Michael. I think a lot of people have known that for a while. He can still have his little moments of brilliance, but it's nowhere near as consistent as it did used to be. Sean Pollock was the original redhead bowler, says Ruth. Yeah, it's a tricky one for the Blues because on paper they had all the talent in the world and had a decent chance of being able to go on and at least challenge in that game. But the Crusaders took them out of the game straight away. Our forwards went backwards. And, I thought the only man who really gained some good meterage, one, Papali was brilliant throughout the game, I thought. He was still the only forward I felt who was actually trying, getting into those breakdowns. And then James Tucker, I didn't think he did too badly either. Tom Robinson had a couple good early moments as well. Do you think they have trumpet battles at the Ashes? Like one guy brings his trumpet in and another guy's like, hey, I've also got a trumpet, so now I want to be the main trumpeter. And they just have like a kind of back and forth exchange. And Bubbly and Tucker solid, says Nate, and just disappointing, says Michael. Yeah, a lot of people wanted this game to be close. And even if the Crusaders won in the end, I think it being only about 5 points between them would have been great for the game. Or at least would have kept Super Rugby hopes for some people alive. Because a lot of people have seen that and been like, well, what can you do? They've got the win. But the good news is the Blues merchandise will now be on sale. So keep an eye out for that. Because if it is, you might be able to get yourselves a couple bargains. I'm going to go like this. And like that. So, I thought that was a pad. Moanali in next, says Harris. Yeah, so I said if Australia can see Moanali at the crease, by the end of this game, they would have been doing pretty well. And Moanali, quick 50, please. Will be a treat to watch, says Harris. And he's a dangerous player, Moanali. Like, he's got insane power and very fast hands. So if he can get on a bit of a roll, he'll suit Bazball just fine. You know what Amelia says, Ruth? Wonder if Warner and Sonny Bill Williams swap. Wolf Story, says Fluffy. Fast scoring, says Big Al. Yeah, they are always going to be aggressive in the way that they've been playing. And unfortunately, it has actually been the downfall of a couple players. The likes of a Ben Stokes, he went a little bit too aggressive at the ball. I'll be looking at the Blues jackets and the hoodies. Yeah, because they stay up in prices a little bit. Normally you get them, I think the hoodies, they put them down to about 70 and the jackets are about 75 if I'm not wrong, which is still like, it's a decent price for what it is type thing. Like the home kit will be, hopefully, if it continues the trend of the other Super Rugby teams, their home kit will be $60 and their away kit will be $50, which would be pretty awesome. Thoughts on England's innings so far? I mean, they've had some decent moments. Root's been looking solid. Harry Brook pretty unlucky with the way that he went out. But up until then, he was looking strong. Crawley was playing some fantastic shots from the get-go. Harris has said, what's the time in Australia for you? I am actually from New Zealand. I'm a little bit off to the side of Australia, which does just mean it's a little bit later. It's 2:20 a.m. for us here in New Zealand. My bad, New Zealand says, Harris, no worries. Yeah, 2:20 a.m. I am watching this one from. So, a little bit of a late night, some would say. Moanali, nice duck, says Big Al there. Readjust score prediction, England all out before the end of the day. Soon as Root goes, only 30 more. So 380 all out, says Gordon. Fair enough. That's the thing. Once Root goes, it is going to be that case of as soon as you lose Root, Bairstow needs to become the anchor. And if he can't do so, then we could see a couple quick wickets falling. I'd like to think Moeen Ali's got a quick fire 30 or so in him, though, just because he's normally pretty talented in the batting department, but just very hard to tell. Depends on what Aussie bowlers are in the field of play. That's a nice sweep shot from Bairstow. It into open space. Once again, we'll get the single out to deep square leg. Regardless if Ali does well or not, I would have preferred Ahmed in the team. Says Fluffy. I mean, Ahmed, the benefit you've got with him is he hasn't said that he wants to retire. Like, Moeen Ali was pretty much in retirement, and then they were like, hey, come back. And he was like, meh. And then they were like, yeah, go on. And he's like, oh, yeah, all right. So it's one that you wonder how much his heart's in this Ashes series. You'd hope that he's in there 110%. And if he is, I mean, he's a fantastic bowler when he can get it right. And also that batting alongside it. Didn't spin too much for Nathan Lyon. Thoughts on New Zealand chance in the World Cup? Quite a few injuries. I'll be honest, she's not looking good. Like, of course, I'd love to see New Zealand do well, but in subcontinental conditions, like we've never been one who go too well in India. So yeah, not ideal. And in retirement, was he? Oh dear, as Bill Lowry would say, or used to say, says Big Al. So yeah, he didn't want to play any more test matches, and then they were like, come back, and he was like, oh, okay. So I assume they gave him a decent money deal. 79 range. Says Nate there. 50% or minus 50% chance. Says Fluffy. Once again, nice and straight from Lion. Relatively economical. Apparently we're 2 overs away from 50. Now, ideally, you want to be at around that, maybe, I'd say 54, 55 mark by the time they finish this session, just so you don't have too many to make up. That's a great shot down the ground from Bairstow, using a loft on the ball to be able to get it back over Nathan Lyon's head. That's 4 runs, and Bairstow moves up now to 24. Maths is hard to do here because every time that England do something such as that big lofted shot, it just makes you wonder how many runs they're actually going to end up with here. I see that the odds are pretty even in terms of who you guys feel will get themselves the win. England sitting 51%, 41% for the... Am I on the right one? I'm on the wrong live stream. Or am I? No, this is the right one. It's just catching up in the chat. Okay, I was very confused there for a second. Yeah, it seems relatively even for that poll. England might collapse, says Big Al. True. I think that the collapse, they had a mini one when Stokes lost his wicket early. And that could have easily been the time that the momentum well and truly went in Australia's favour. But to England's credit, they managed to stop that wicket tumbling. Bairstow sticking around at the crease quite nicely. 24 runs. Bowling now back into the attack. One slip, one gully. At the moment, 48 overs in. Australia's goal would be to get Moeen Ali at the crease before the end of the session. They've got a little bit of time left, but not a massive amount. Oh, Joe Root tries to work it to the leg side. Goes straight out to the man in close, Marcus Harris, I believe it is. He's fielded in there. Root just having a little bit of an inspection of the bat. Wondering why that one didn't come off as nicely as he would have liked. England have had 22 fours scored, 87 ones, 19 twos. So, I mean, that's pretty impressive that they've almost had just as many scoring shots as they have dot balls. A little bit lofty down the ground to Kawaja from Root. Judas Priest. I just watched the Super Rugby semi-final. There was not a semi-final. There was an annihilation. I hope to see none Oh, that for New Zealand once Robinson takes over. Dreading it already, says Connor. And England should have recalled WG and Alistair Cook, says Fluffy. So England should call Andrew Flintoff. Oh, getting some old school names in here now, aren't we? Comes Poland. Well blocked by Root again. I'm still trying to work out whether we're going to get to see Australia bat tonight. I have a weird feeling that we might end up seeing them bat for maybe like 5 overs or something right at the end, 10 overs. But then there's also a chance that we see them maybe not get to bat until tomorrow, first session of the day, or second session, depending on how big this partnership can become. Andrew Strauss, Darren Goff, Matthew Hogarth is Roof, and good old Freddie Flintoff, says Big Al there. And Cook's still scoring big runs in county cricket. Yeah, he's a fantastic batsman, no matter how much his age increases, his skill still is there, which I feel like is quite cool. And at one point, with all of those English openers, they went through a real tough patch how no one was really performing. So the funny thing is, if they had put Alistair Cook back in there, perhaps he could have actually gone all right. But they probably didn't want to do that to the man after he retired. Work the leg side from Root again. Looks like it's got enough pace on it. Yes, it does. Actually beats the man who was at deep fine leg. Root works it. Gets himself up to 56 now. And also as long as in Cook now. Says Ruth. That's one thing I need to improve for my cricketing career. Even though I wouldn't really call it a career per se. But one thing I need to work on is my fitness for between the wickets running. Because I was absolutely exhausted in that last GoPro one that we did have up on the channel. I was beyond buggered, but we made it through. It just hurt a lot. He's a chef, he can cook, says Fluffy. And I say, yeah, they should get Freddie Flintoff back as well, says HP. And Captain Cook, says Big Al there. Michael Vaughan, and another Lancashire batsman. Roof, end of the 49th over, now 222 for 5. England are sitting, Bairstow en route, looking to close out this session now. This is about the time that they did end up losing the last wicket, I believe it was. Or was it? No, it might have been a little tiny bit earlier. When did they lose Pope? They lost him 92 for 2. Okay, so it was a little bit ago theoretically in the scheme of the session. They got Crawley right at the end of that session, number 1. So now they'll be looking to do the same here for session number 2. And if they can have England sitting 6 down in their next session, the 3rd, I feel like that would help them out quite a bit here, Australia. England just got to keep on doing what they're doing, working away those singles, keep the strike rotating. Michael Atherton, says Ruth, they had amazing accents. Says Ruth there as well. Oh, that's close. That's close. Umpire says no. I would say maybe turning a little bit too much towards that leg side. But it looked pretty decent. The Aussies might go upstairs. The only other option that it might be, Cummins thought about doing it, decided against it, decided to tease the camera. And Caddick was getting pounded by Taylor and War. Yeah, just spun a little bit too much. Go upstairs, says Big Al with the big old finger there. Reverse sweep there from Joe Root. Something you will learn, Big Al, is I give everything out. I'm a terrible umpire. That's close to the boundary. I give that 4 runs too. Hazelwood not quite able to stop that one from going over. Or did he? Hang on, he's trying to say that maybe he did. Oh no, he did signal that it went for 4. Reverse sweep. 50-run partnership now between Root and Bairstow, exactly what they needed after losing Stokes for only the 1 run. And time to put on some Eddie Grant at Electric Avenue, says Roof, and dear oh dear, there's Big Al. Oh, that's now I am given that one. Root, what's he done there? He's reviewed. He feels he's hit it. Why did he go for a reverse sweep again? I always tell you what, if my dad sees this on, he was talking about it earlier on about how the reverse sweep can sometimes be hugely costly. Is this one of those times for a Rooter? Must have got something on it though with how quick he went up. Yeah, he did. Got the glove on it. No panic at all. Come off the underside of the glove. Yeah, no, that's all good. Joe, if it didn't hit the glove, he was bloody gone though. Another one that I would have given the wrong decision for. That's why any game I umpire needs DRS. Because in the past, I actually gave a guy out because I thought he didn't hit it, and then he told me that he did. Yeah, that's at the glove. Yeah, it was. He just got there before me, says Fluffy. Ultra edge. There we go. Off the glove for Joe Root. It's going to be not out, but that might be a little bit of a warning sign not to go too tricky just before the end of the first session. Dear says Big L. Some of you too haven't found what I'm looking for. That could be said about the Aussies as well. Now, Joe Root's gone for another reverse sweep, and this time it goes away for 4. Showing off his class here, Root. Moves up to 65. He's almost at the number on the back of his shirt, Root 66. Question is, does he continue going for the reverse sweep? Glove, says Harris. It did sound quite like it was in a pinball machine when it got down there. I just give anything that's straight out. Like anything that's close to the stumps, my finger goes up. Going to be nicely blocked out by Root. That's the end of the 50th over now. 230 for 5 here for the English. Close one, says Ruth. As I like the same, very good shot from Joe Root. As long as you can play it comfortably without ending up accidentally getting yourself out, it's an effective way of doing things. Still hear the na Joe Root chant going around the ground. Johnny Bairstow now going to be on strike. I thought he would go out when he got 14. Maybe it was like an error and I was meant to say 24. Or maybe it wasn't. We've currently got 7 minutes remaining of this session. I'll be honest, I still don't know whether we're doing session number 3 for today. I feel like if I don't end up doing the commentary for it, I'll still end up watching it or I end up going to bed at around 6. The one benefit I've got is for session number 3, if I watch it from my bed, I can go to sleep straight after. Whereas not doing that, I can't. And it's still in there, Joe Root Flogger. Says Nate, and Amish, you need a hot chocolate with extra cream. There's Ruth there. I mean, I had a Kit Kat Chunky earlier. That was fantastic. Oh, here's a question. Anyone in the Northern Hemisphere, do you guys have Kit Kat? And if so, do you have Kit Kat Chunkies? I'm curious. I hope you do, because they're very nice. I saw the white Lars. His name is Ollie. Is Gareth. Hello, Gareth again. I hope the evening session, or sorry, the afternoon drink session is going well. Sorry, I'm far gone, says Gareth. Okay. Joe's very lucky to fight another over. It's not over, says Ruth. Apparently, they have still got time for one more over after this, perhaps even 2 if Boland gets through this over relatively efficiently. And in fact, I think they'll have time for another over after the next Nathan Lyon one, unless he gets hit for a few boundaries. That's off the edge. Almost a diving catch for Cam Green, but that one will race to the boundary as well. Now Bairstow moves up to 30. He looks disappointed, Cam Green. I think he feels that he could have got to that maybe a little bit slow reacting. Bairstow will take the runs, though. How close did this go to Cam Green? If he had left early enough, but... Well, it's gone past his hand. He just was a bit late getting in Mars bars for the Northern Hemisphere. We have Kit Kat chunks. They're Texas. I've never heard of Texas. Yeah, Kit Kat chunkies are brilliant things. Bloody love them here in New Zealand. Kit Kat is a Kit Kat. Worked on the leg side, a little bit lofty. Where'd that go? Warner missed it. Now Nathan Lyon fields it in the deep. They get back for another 2 runs, and they're starting to ramp up their run rate near the end of this session. I'm sad though, because I predicted 220 runs or so on the board. Now they're currently sitting on 240. I thought there'd be a patch that they start slowing down, but it hasn't actually. Oh, I don't know whether you heard that crack, but I don't know if my bat's supposed to do that. She'll be right. And avoid Nestle products, says Timothy. How come? What's wrong with them, Timothy? Are they like not? Well, I assume they're not good for you in terms of chocolate. Would you say that like avoid all like chocolate products then, or just Nestle? Nestle. I don't actually know how you're supposed to say it. I just eat the things. Shame, Gareth, Nate, beautiful bar 1, says Ruth. Cadbury's the best, says Ruth. Yeah, we got Cadbury over here as well. We got a lot of good chocolates. Yeah, and Kit Kat was a British invention by Roundtree of York, England, says Brian Jackson. Well, there you go. So I guess the question should have been from you guys in England, do we have Kit Kats? And yes, we do, and they are very nice. So thank you for your service of creating the things. I had one during my lunch break of this cricket one, and I was very happy about it. I wasn't happy about because I had some dodgy company all around, says Timothy. How come? Like, isn't like the way that they make their chocolate, or just like in terms of the way they deal business? I used to like them though. I know where you're coming from, says Timothy. I did get a Kit Kat chunky for $1. I was very happy about that. The little things, isn't it? Kit Kat Milky Bar Delicious, Cadbury Support ABs, and the Wallabies. Smarties, says Ruth. And also, we have got the Nestle as an East India company of our time, says Fluffy. Now, Moen Ali, this is the over before the tea break. Now, that is a 20-minute break that will be taking place. Like I mentioned, I still haven't decided if I'm coming back for the 3rd session or not of this one. I think I've just been caught up watching the game and forgetting that I'm talking so much. Nice shot there from Root. That one off the stumps. All right, yeah, Cadbury cream eggs. Cadbury cream eggs are great, although they shrunk. At some stage, they went from like a size 7 egg to like a size 5, which was weird because everything nowadays is shrinking, isn't it? Like the biscuits are getting smaller. Nice work from Nathan Lyon, looking to pick up that late wicket. And if they're quick enough, if they get through these next 4 balls relatively unscathed, although I feel like Joe Root will try his best to stall it so that they don't have to go through that next stage. Oh, that one stayed low. The 96. I would have thought Nathan Lyon would be steaming through for these balls. They're on 39 now. I don't think they're going to get through the last 3. I think he's realised that Joe Root will try and stall him just enough. To the leg side there. Nice shot from Root. That will be a single taken. Now 2 balls remaining. Lyon versus Bairstow. Fun fact, they both kind of have animals in their names. Best stat I got at the moment. It is currently 2:40 a.m. though, so I feel like that's not a bad stat for that time of the morning. Here comes Nathan Lyon. My neighbour in Dunnes, I worked at the Cadbury factory, would give us bags and bags of offcuts every Friday. And good chats, but if you still have the energy to stream, the next sesh, says Blues Nate. Straight ball. Well blocked, last ball of this session now. If not, all good Irish sleep and rest for the Chiefs and the Brumbies game, says Blues Nate. Yeah, that's going to be a good one. It's tomorrow, isn't it? 6:50 p.m. we are starting that one, so in about 4 or 16 hours' time, somewhere around there. Let's work to the leg side, right, so there shouldn't be a wicket close out this session. But at the end of session number 2, it's going to be 240, 1 for 5. The biggest issue I have is I feel like if I don't do the session, England are going to get bowled out and Aussie are going to get a bat. And I really want to cover their first bat. But I feel like if I do cover it, England won't lose all their wickets. Tricky one, isn't it? Amy, climb under your duvet. There's roof. Wouldn't that be a fun live stream? I'm just tucked up in a ball, slightly hidden. Well, it would be quite dark, I would think. Looking over at one of the toys that I have. That sounds dodgy as, but like a thingy that I bought a while ago for the stream. Currently deceased. I don't think the Cadbury factory is there anymore. Nah, sadly it's not. But yeah, it's a shame because they took it away and now it's in Australia, isn't it? It's called Sleep Duvet Heaven. There's a roof in there. Fluffy, what do you mean by currently deceased? Like, is that until like technology improves? Sorry for your loss as well, by the way. James, sorry, Fluffy, he's gone to chocolate heaven, says Ruth. Yeah, I think I'm still deciding whether or not we should. But either way, we are going to have most of day 2, or at least we're going to do the first and maybe the second session of day 2. Then from there, we're going to have the Curry Cup semi-finals. I am hoping to cover them on the channel as well. But yeah, we'll see how we're going. I think that this will be the last one of today, only because I feel like with the day that we've got tomorrow, staying up till about 7 a.m. His name was Willie No Ball, says Fluffy. I mean, it's the perfect name to work in a chocolate factory, isn't it? So that kind of works out. Oh yeah, Willy Wonka, says Ruth. But yeah, the plan tomorrow, I'm not sure the exact time of those Curry Cup games. I will just have a quick little Google before we end off the stream. Make sure I know my schedule, which I should already, but I don't. I sometimes just make the schedule up on the weekend. I'll end up I'll have it all prepared and ready on about Thursday, or have no idea what I'm streaming up until I stream it. And then it's just getting it ready a little bit beforehand. So the Cheetahs versus Bulls game is taking place at 1 a.m. Sharks versus Pumas is taking place at 3:30 a.m. So hopefully we'll be able to cover maybe both of those. So we might cover the first session of the Ashes tomorrow, or the first session and a half. Then go from there, depending on how it's progressing, of course, as well. The top 14, they are going to be playing tomorrow morning, the morning after that, 7 a.m. They aren't showing that here in New Zealand, though. We don't get to see that. It's round 18 in the MLR, so they're just getting closer to its crescendo, or its conclusion. And Root is rooted to that spot. Still well eyes on the ball, says Ruth there as well. But yeah, still plenty of action coming up on the Kiwi Lads channel in the near future, ladies and gentlemen. But anyone who is new, sure to leave a like and subscribe. Our next live stream will be tomorrow with the Brumbies taking on the Chiefs. We have almost been going 5 hours for this live stream. So there will be a few of the Ashes days, I believe, after we get through tomorrow night. I believe we're going to have quite a few where we do end up doing the full 3 sessions on the channel. But thank you all very much for tuning in. I hope you guys do have a good evening/night. I bet you once I end this live stream for the final session, England are going to lose a few quick wickets and Australia will be batting by the end of today, and I'll regret ending early. But I do thank you all very much for tuning in. If you did enjoy, be sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. I look forward to seeing some of you guys tomorrow. I'll see you all for the next one.